Hello and welcome everybody to the 10th round of the British Chess Championships. And I always forget to put the names, but by now you might be familiar with our names already. My name is Niclas Huschenbeth, and with me, as always, well, almost always, Fiona Steil-Antoni. How are you doing today?
I'm very well, and I'm very impressed with your pronunciation.
It's
It's getting better.
Third time in a row
Yeah.
I'm getting it right. Still practicing before we go live, but I think slowly I'm getting the hang of it. Yes.
Looking forward to today's round as well. We're getting to the very final stages of the tournament, just 2 rounds to go. Mickey Adams has a commanding lead, 1-point lead over David Howell. Can we maybe show the standings?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Let me get the standings up. No, just give me 1 sec.
So Mickey Adams only gave 2 draws, so was only held to 2 draws, which means that he is on 8 out of 9, as you can see. Then behind him, David Howell, 7 out of 9, and then a group of players. Are there more of them?
I think
more of them.
Well, actually no.
Oh no.
Just 4 on 6.5. And then a bunch of players on 6 out of 9. Look at this. All the way from 7th to 15th place.
Yep.
Right.
So today, Mickey Adams has the white pieces against Danny Gormley, and David Howell has the black pieces against Niclas. So it could be that the tournament is decided today in case of a white win by Mickey Adams, and if David Howell doesn't win, that would mean Mickey Adams would be the British champion 2016 with a round to go. But we shall see. So shall we go to the games?
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe remove the standings from the screen.
Good idea. So it's not hovering above our heads. And we can go to the games. And the English. Yet again, all the top players, Adams, Jones, and Howell, have all been employing this opening throughout the tournament. For Mickey, it's been at least the 2nd time he has played it. I remember there was a game early in the tournament against Richard Pert, in which he played c4 as well. And this line of g3, knight f6. It says drop frames detected. That's not good. I hope you guys...
Yeah, someone is asking if the stream is down.
I think we should figure this out real quick before we continue. So.
Yeah. Okay.
We'll just go on a quick break. We'll be back very soon. Just have to figure out what is going on here so we're not dropping any frames. Alright, and there we are again. Hopefully the stream is working fine now. Please let us know if there are any more issues, but hopefully it should go well. So let's just continue where we left off. We're talking about the English opening once again being employed by the top players in the tournament. Now, this position bishop g2. Actually, there's some subtleties here. White often keeps the knight on b1 for now to not run into any bishop b4 stories, and first goes g3, bishop g2. Now bishop c5, and now Mickey plays knight c3, castle and knight f3. And if I remember correctly, now knight c6, castle, d6, e3 would transpose to the game I was talking about a little bit earlier. Mickey against Richard Pert from round 4, something like that. But we shall see which path Danny O'Malley is taking here.
And I see that David Howell has yet to arrive to the board. 1 e4 has been played by Nick Pert. David not there yet. 8 minutes late just now. We shall see when he gets there.
Yeah, you know, it's like the Groundhog Day kind of thing. Same thing every day.
Yep.
Every day we're making our comments about David not appearing to the game on time. We talked about it briefly yesterday. Fiona explained that David doesn't like this tension build up right before the game starts, where the
one down and then, yeah, we shall see.
we shall see.
I think another interesting game is on board 3 because Justin 10, I saw he posted on Facebook last night and he said he didn't actually want to repeat moves in his game against Danny O'Malley. He somehow forgot it was already 3 times because he didn't have much time on the clock. But then they analyzed the game and realized black was fine anyway, so he didn't mind so much, but he was saying that still he should make a note to himself to not allow a 3-fold repetition when he was playing for a win. And so he's in the same situation today as yesterday. He needs a win to score a GM norm, and he's playing the super solid and super strong Keith Arkell, who's now back on the top boards, and I think it's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah. Of course, still, even if Justin draws today, he might still have a chance to get his GM norm in the last round if he wins then the last round. But yeah, obviously he wants to take his chances if he gets them. Yesterday though, even if he had not repeated moves like he did and allowed this 3-fold repetition, I don't think there was anything for him anyway. So that was fine today. He will try to score a win and get his GM norm, but not at all costs. He won't go all in or all out. But you can already see by his opening approach that he looks for a dynamic game here.
And it's interesting, Jack Smith in the chat is pointing out that Keith is on further 4 with white. So we shall see if he can keep his 100% score today.
Yeah, and Keith here going for solid line, c3, not playing any main openings after c4. And Justin replied with c5, now bishop g5. And now b6, which is allowing e4. But it seems Justin was still prepared for this. He played quickly h6. Now, of course, white cannot retreat to h4 because of g5. And the pawn would fall on e4. White is forced to take on f6, so this is kind of the compromise that white is doing. He's giving up his bishop, but on the other hand, having a nice center. It's actually similar to a line from the Tomprovsky, which goes like here, bishop g5, e6, e4, and we see the same kind of trade. White is getting the center, but giving up the bishop on f6.
Just Shandor is pointing out in the chat he can barely hear us. I don't know if you're the only one with that problem. Let us know, people, how the volume is. I think we are speaking at the same. We are not more quiet than other days. So maybe get the mic closer. Let us know in the chat if you can hear us.
Yeah.
All right, yeah.
Okay,
Hope
now
they
I
can
think
hear
it's
us
fine again. All right. So this is probably going to be a dynamic game, but like I said, Justin is going to look for chances, but if he doesn't get him, he won't be too unhappy with a draw. Presumably he will have the white piece again in the last game and then might still have a good chance to score when to score his GM norm.
And let's go back to board 2 because David Howell has arrived, and someone was asking in the chat if the reason he's late could be that he has a daytime job. That's very unlikely because David is a chess professional. He did go to university though, but after getting his degree, he became a full-time chess professional.
So what did you study?
Studied something very obscure, medieval history and literature. Literature, did I? I always mispronounce that, literature. Anyway, something medieval.
Okay, interesting. So this is a line I'm quite curious about. If I've played this myself sometimes. So black's playing the 2-knight defense, knight f6. Usually, here nowadays most players go bishop c5, because knight f6, it really seems like it's just allowing white some more options, like knight g5 here and d4. And well, white could also play d3, and it would more or less transpose to bishop c5. Of course, there's also bishop e7, but I think it's considered not as good as bishop c5. So interesting choice by Howell. Not sure what he prepared against d3, but he allows this d4, which is an interesting approach. e5, and here black has 3 moves at his disposal. All of them are actually sound, I would say. d5 clearly the main move, but also the moves knight e4 and knight g4 are quite possible. I faced all 3 of them. And
no, I was going to say, I'm surprised by Nick's choice, because we saw him rather play English quiet openings, but today is going all out against David, and I'm very happy to see this. I did play this myself as white, with mixed results, but I think this will probably have come as a surprise for David. I don't think Nick often plays this.
yeah, one possible line is here is knight g4. And I think last year in October I played in chess, and I had a game which continued like this, and then rook e1 check and king f8, and quite interesting. And white is of course having some compensation for the pawn, because black has moved the king from the center, but on the other hand, black has an extra pawn right now, and it's probably fine here. David is going for the main move, d5. Now white will play bishop b5, then knight e4, knight takes d4, and here again 2 choices for black, bishop c5 or bishop d7, both being completely fine. And I know that at least Gawain Jones has employed this variation himself a number of times. Maybe David himself has played it, not sure about that, but he's definitely... this is definitely not new to him, that's for sure.
And Pramod is saying maybe Nick doesn't want a slow game in which David gets into time trouble, then exchanges all the pieces and wins the endgame.
Well, he can do whatever he wants. Of course, we would love to see some exciting chess, that's all we ask for, but whichever position suit him.
I actually got a little insight from David Howell last night, saying he couldn't believe it at the board when after 10 moves he was thinking, what have I done? I'm worse with white already after 10 moves. And then he thought, I just have to get the queens off the board at all costs.
And he managed.
He managed and worked
he won.
out, yeah.
Yep, alright, let's continue our tour for now. On board 4, we have the game Jovanka Huska against John Ems, both on 6 out of 9. And Jovanka drew against Tamas Fodor and John Ems.
He drew against Chris Ward, the game that was still going on when we went home.
Yes, we were expecting a draw there. So what do we have here? A King's India, it looks like, with the fear and shadow variation. Knight c6, knight c3. Back in the day when I played the King's India, I chose to move a6 here. A favorite of Sigurd Lanka, who's a big King's Indian expert. But e5 immediately, of course, also possible. Takes, bishop g5, bishop e6. Alright, queen a4. Queen is moving out of the d file and also out of this pin. Bishop takes f6, and knight d2. And white wants to occupy the light squares in the center. Yeah, we shall see. If black solves his problems, then usually and can deal with these threats or these annoying knights sometimes, then black's completely fine. But there are some concrete problems to solve often. What is this about? Mark Hapton against Gawain Jones.
And it's
Gawain.
interesting because people were just talking about Mark Hapton in the chat because the game between Nick Pert and David Howell follows the game Sarah Longston against Mark Hapton in the round 1, which was apparently a very interesting game. I don't know if you looked at it.
So this is the same game or follows the same game as which one?
Nick Pert against Howell follows Sarah Longston against Mark Hapton from round 1.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, so far.
And apparently that was a very exciting game.
Yeah, I remember this game. I think Mark possibly won game of the day for that one. He was well prepared there. But there's still a long cry from that specific line. And Nick will probably avoid this specific variation. We'll get there. We will get there. But let's see what is going on here. Gawain on 6.5. He, of course, would like to score a win today to get back into the top place. I mean, he is on shared 3rd place right now, but well, the 1st place is probably gone.
Yeah. But still there's money to play for, of course.
He would still want, there's money to play for, and he wants to at least contend for 2nd place. So let's see, this is d5. So Mark Hapton is playing his usual non-standard stuff, it feels like to me. Queen d2. Castle, bishop h6. Takes, c5, e3, takes. Knight c6, long castle, bishop g4 and h4.
This is a game I like.
Yeah.
As you can very well imagine.
It's very, very direct.
Yeah.
You can say. Bishop h5, okay.
Now Mark is thinking.
I don't know. What if I just do something like this? So you need to take. What else do you do? I mean, it's very simple chess.
Yeah,
but because we're the commentators, we can do so, but probably...
Can I?
The problem is, yeah.
Yeah, but I take.
Okay.
And then I wanted to play h5 next.
Yeah, but unfortunately black is ready
f5.
to come as well, and just my feeling is telling me it's a little bit too slow. Otherwise, if you just make some random moves, h5 would be quite strong, because here just rook takes h5, and black is far away from defending. But I mean, maybe white just plays bishop e2 first, knight g5. Maybe there's the threat of knight g4 though right now. So if bishop e2, then knight g4, and kicking the queen, and then possibly taking f2. It does look a little bit sketchy though for black. This bishop g4, bishop h5, it looks unusual. And I would really love to make this work somehow.
Can we?
But I don't think it does work.
No.
I mean, we can look at stuff like this and now go bishop d3, but just feels so slow. And maybe here still knight f5, and now cannot open the h file anymore. Yeah, doesn't feel like this is going to work. We would love to.
Although I could try to bring my other knight to h5 in this line.
Yeah, but it all takes so long. It takes so long. Black can probably just play queen c7 or something like that.
Okay, but then I'll go to g3.
You can go to g3, yes. Yeah, nah, my feeling's telling me. This kind of romantic chess, what we're hoping for, it's not going to happen. It's not going to.
But he would need to come up with an active follow-up.
He has to deal with this idea knight g4. I mean, he could also just play queen d2 all the way back. But one thing I'm pretty sure about, this will be a sharp game, because black, will also start some attack against the white king. And in general, if you have the situation like here where it's opposite castles on the board, black has castle at kingside while white has castle queenside, and that very often leads to situations where both sides attack and it's just all about who comes first.
Mm-hmm.
So that will be definitely an interesting game.
Yep. Moving on to our man, David Eggleston. Someone was asking about Eggy's norm again in the chat earlier. David did achieve a 9-round GM norm despite losing to David yesterday. The norm was secured before the round, and I guess he's still in contention for a 10 or 11 round norm if he wins today, for example. And I think here it's interesting. E4 was Chris played E6. He usually plays one C5, but I wouldn't advise going C5 against Eggy to anyone.
Yeah. And Eggy coming from 2 losses against Mickey Adams and David Howell, especially the last one, as we already hinted at, was a little bit unfortunate. Now, Chris is going for a very solid line here. Kind of a delayed Rubinstein. First playing knight f6. The normal Rubinstein would be just taking e4 immediately. But knight f6, bishop g5. Here, of course, the other big main move is e5. This is kind of an improved Rubinstein already for black, because white has committed himself for this variation with bishop g5. Now there's the line, bishop e7. This is all common knowledge, taken with the pawn here, which is not a big deal. Yes, you might say black's weakening his pawn structure, but at the same time he's obtaining a bishop, having the bishop here now, so that's completely fine. Knight f3, f5, knight c3, queen d6, g3, knight c6, knight b5, and the queen has to retreat, probably goes back to d8, yeah, or d7, I don't know. He went back to d7, it also makes sense, probably you can follow b6, bishop b7, but actually I'm not sure. The bishop g2 can probably not play b6 because of knight e5, knight takes e5, bishop takes a8, queen takes b5, f takes e5, and this should be... Well,
Not
still
sure.
pretty unclear.
What do? You have to go king d,
I can also
but I can take and bishop a6.
yeah, but my bishop
my
is
king
not
is still-
lost yet.
I thought my king was out
But
of
you
the
can
way
take on
already.
b2. Yeah, this is strikes me as pretty unclear, even though I do like white here. I do like material too, so that helps. But material-wise, it's actually equal.
It's fine, yeah.
Anyways, we shall see here after bishop g2.
But I'm very excited because yesterday was a day where all the games were more maneuvering. We did have one at the Mark Hebden game yesterday, which was over quite quickly, yeah? Where he attacked the white king, which had castle kingside. Was that yesterday?
The
Where he
Mark
played
Hebden?
a5.
yeah, yes, that was a
So
nice
that
game.
was interesting, but otherwise yesterday all the games started rather quietly. But today I think we're in for some action from the get-go. So I'm looking forward to a nice day of chess.
Uh-huh. So those are our top 6 games. I would say we return
Yeah.
to board number 1 for now. Mickey is going for the direct d4 here. Actually, I think O'Malley deviated from what Pert had done against Mickey, playing knight c6.
And by the way, Pramod is saying Fiona, Eggy against David was sharp. It looked interesting, but then it's more because David was spending so much time. There were so many interesting variations. One that could possibly occur, but the one that happened simplified very quickly, actually.
Yeah.
It was more of a waiting game, like, oh, is David going to go for really... It could have become very interesting, but in fact, it wasn't. So
It was really interesting in the opening.
yeah, but
Good,
not
well,
so sharp.
good preparation,
Yeah.
but then just led to his endgame,
Yeah.
which was not that interesting anymore. Okay, so d6, and you know, I'm almost thinking that Gomali has played this line as well already in the tournament, but I can't really say against whom. So here d4 by white takes, knight takes, rook e8, castle, knight bd7, b3 and a6 just has been played. And white will play bishop b2 most likely. And white is having a little bit of a space advantage. I do like it here for white. Not sure where this knight is going. I do like this for white, but we'll see. It looks like Gomali has also prepared something. But yeah. Once again, it feels like Adams is getting counter positions
He wants. Yeah.
he wants and where he's just superb in. Okay, we'll leave this one for now and see how it develops and how Gomali is placing his pieces. And this is really interesting now. c5, which is absolutely not the main move here. The main move is bishop c5. And here the game that people were mentioning earlier between Sarah Longston and Mark Hepton continued with bishop e3, queen e7 and f3 and knight d6. So c5, honestly, I don't know much about, but it looks like David has prepared this move, and we will consult the database here on Chess24. You guys can do that as well. You just go to the tabs below the board. There's games and standings, multi-board, analysis, and then there's opening tree as well as database. So with the opening tree, you can see the moves that have been played in position. With the database, you can also see who has played it. So after c5, which let's just compare, if we go one move back, there are a lot of games here, about 3,000 games, and over 2,000 have continued with bishop c5 in this position. c5, however, has only been played 150 times. Alright, so this is quite interesting and surely comes as a surprise.
And now Nick goes for the second most popular move.
Knight e2. Yep.
Was played by some very strong players, Nakamura, Lupulescu, Ian Rogers.
Yeah, that's really not a common line.
Yeah. This was before 92, right?
Right, 92 was also played by Nakamura against Onishuk, but back in 2007, so it's been a while.
But it's interesting.
David
Our
has played
top
bishop
two
c6
games were
immediately.
both won by black.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, quite interesting. And you know, I checked this line quite in depth and analyzed it. And I do not remember this move, really. For those of you who want to right now, you can go, it's in German now, but you can go into it's called Profi-Repertoire gegen Spanish, so professional repertoire against Spanish. And there, don't ask me why, but just for fun, I had this bonus video where it covered exactly this line, and I'm sure I covered the move. So I'm really curious what I recommend against the move, but I have to wait until the break to check it out. But if you wish, you can go to, of course, if you're a premium member, and have a look yourself in the ebook. So this is interesting. He goes knight e2 and bishop c6 back. And you know, honestly, I always like to play those positions, and I'm telling you why. Oftentimes you can push your pawns forward here and you have certain attacking ideas. Also, the black structure is a little bit weakened. The pawn structure allows white to kind of find places for the knight, or there's some dynamic play.
Yeah. And it looks like I was wrong. I guess Nick has probably played this before after all, because this must be preparation by David. And yesterday, Radio Jan was very critical of David Howell's preparation, saying, do you ever work on chess? Are you not a chess professional? Because yeah, he was out prepared by David Eggleston yesterday, but today he seems to have come prepared and with some fresh ideas.
Yeah, it looks like. So Yeah, here f3 seems like the most logical move. Black has to retreat with the knight to g5. And now you have a choice between going f4 or maybe first developing the knight. I also like a move like knight d2 even maybe. I want to cover e4 first before I play f4, so you have to retreat to e6 when I could hit you again with f5. That's kind of what I'm dreaming of. There might be some problems here with this move. Not sure, maybe black can play d4 and the pawn is hit after f4, there's queen d5. When I'm having a tough time to defend, I probably wouldn't need to play knight f3 because rook f2 runs into knight h3 check, takes and checkmate. Yeah, I don't want to exchange the knights obviously. This is the knight I always want to kick with my pawn, so once it is exchanged, or black can even go knight e4 here, then just feels like black is completely fine. So after knight g5, yeah, knight e2 might not be the smartest way. You could also go f4 and then knight e4 and now knight d2 or knight
Tell me,
c3.
what do you do if I immediately get overly ambitious and play f5?
Yeah, I mean this looks nice, but with the knight on e4, the knight you gotta get rid of this knight first.
But does black not have a development problem?
Like
I was thinking, for example, if you play bishop e7, can I just play f6?
Yeah, but you're not that developed either yet, so
Yeah.
probably I would just take. And
Now
you take?
Yeah.
I'll just probably take back. And I mean this knight is just so strong on e4, you gotta get rid of it first, it feels like. So this on the board right now. And yeah, f4 is definitely a candidate move. But also, I mean, knight c3 really runs into d4, that's the issue here. I mean, here you could still play f4.
Excuse me. And by the way, for those of you who are interested, someone, I believe it's my colleague, posted the link to the ebook you mentioned into the chat,
convenient.
so you can look that up.
How convenient. Yeah. No, knight c3, just the knight would need to retreat to b1. That just doesn't make sense here. So this is not a possible move. So either play f4 here or play knight d2. I think other moves really I wouldn't consider.
And Macaulay is pointing out you apparently recommended 10 knight b3.
Ah, I see. Yeah.
Which I think was the most played move
It was the most played move, yeah. Yeah. I mean here, you also have some other options sometimes. And this is usually the way to retreat, but knight e2 is certainly also possible.
By the way, after this game, I think we should go to board 8 because a lot of people have been discussing that. Apparently there's some excitement going on there, although now Wendigo is saying it's theory, but it could get interesting.
All right, yeah, we can head there, but I'm really curious how this game develops. I mean, this could really be a sharp struggle, and I like to see it because it is one of my favorite variations, really. I like those structures, like I said. Game 8, which one is that? Martin Brown?
Martin Brown against Matthew Payne.
Look at this, yeah, I think I remember this variation. Or I've seen something like this before. Yeah, this is line with knight c6, which is of course not the main line, but an interesting approach by black.
And Cremy 10, Matthew Payne, not a player I know, but Cremy 10 is giving us some insider information. Matt Payne is a good friend of him, he's having an excellent tournament, and he said, so Matt said that the game he won against Asenov yesterday was the best he's ever played. So apparently in good shape.
Yeah, I remember this line, I think I've looked at it before. So White is sacrificing a pawn, but on the other hand, forcing the king to d7. Now bishop c6, knight c6, and knight to f3. And White doesn't have any immediate threats, but obviously the king is quite misplaced on d7. Or, well, actually there's probably a direct threat to take on c6 and bring a knight to e5. Which is why I would expect a move like bishop d6 or
And
bishop
Wendigo
f6?
is pointing out Matt Payne is also a friend of his, so he's the player I remember now. We looked at this. I think Pramod had challenged you to finding this mate in 5 against Marcus Harvey, where the trick was you have to play queen h5 rather than queen h6.
Okay, yeah, that was 2 rounds ago, yeah?
Yeah, 2 or 3 days ago. So that was him too. He played a very nice game, and it was just a pity to miss that final shot. But yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, I like this for white, obviously. I always like to attack, but it might look very nice for white, but objectively speaking, might be fine as well for black. Probably just bishop d6 here.
I've actually just looked up Matthew Payne. You know how much rating he's winning in this tournament? He's winning 72 rating points already. So a very, very good tournament indeed.
That's not bad.
He's only lost 1 game so far.
Really?
Yep.
Nice. Yeah, in this position, actually, before bishop d6, has still been played a number of times. Actually, bishop d6 has never been played, so there might be something wrong with it. The 2 moves that have been played are queen e8 and bishop f6. And even strong players like our colleague Ilya Tsaragatsky has played it twice. And you know against whom? Gawain Jones. Isn't that kind of a funny coincidence? Shout out to Ilya, he's in Trinidad and Tobago right now, playing for a tournament win.
And we cannot see the clock times, but Pramod can. And he's telling us that Martin Brown has more time than what he began with.
Yeah.
So he's still
Martin Brown
very
on
much
1.5 hours
in
still.
book.
Whereas Matthew Payne really was caught off guard. But if Ilya played it twice against stronger position, and it feels like the version should be fine.
And he drew against
He drew
Gawain.
both games.
Yeah.
But, you know, still, this is not the kind of line you want to face if you're unprepared, let's put it like that. So a little bit uncomfortable. But queen e8 or bishop f6, both sensible moves.
And Kremi
We'll
was
likely
wondering when he first asked us to look at this game, he was wondering whether it's prep by white or theory. Of course, those two could be the same thing,
Yeah,
but I
both.
guess he's wondering if there was a novelty somewhere, but doesn't seem like it.
No, this is just this particular line. Actually, it's not that common. Just about 18 games. Maybe I mixed something up. But yeah, those kind of sacrifices in the French are common, to sacrifice a pawn and then get the king out or get some other compensation.
And Niclas almost started playing a blitz game there.
Yeah, I clicked on the wrong button. Well, you know, I could play a little 15-minute game on the side. Yeah, so will be interesting to see. All right, let's return.
Maybe board 3.
Sure. Board 3.
So key Farkle against Justin Tan.
The queen retreats. That's very normal because the queen always risks being hit by e5. And yeah, if you develop your bishop, you might be sometimes asking for some trouble with this queen. So queen drops back first and then bishop e7. Black finishes development, but white now goes d5. The reason why this works is if black takes, now the bishop on e7 is hanging. So white will grab some space here.
And there were 2 comments in the chat, one by El Pauso69 saying he's a bit worried for his friend Justin Tan. And then there was a question from, or not a question, a comment from DangerMao5. He was reading the gossip about Richard Pert's withdrawal earlier. Actually, I didn't even notice. Did he withdraw after yesterday's round? I think he was still playing yesterday, but I'm not sure.
I think so too.
And then he's asking if anything has been said officially. I haven't seen anything.
This is the first time we both hear about it.
Yeah, but, well, about his withdrawal. But I know that on the rest day there was a bit of an issue. Richard Pert played in the Blitz tournament, and he had a case against one of the players, against the player who won the tournament actually eventually. I didn't read about it in detail, but something about touch move rule or something, or knocking a piece over. And I just saw that Danny Gormley wrote to Richard's Pert Facebook wall asking any news about your appeal made. So I guess Richard Pert made an appeal about a decision in the Blitz tournament, and it could be that this whole case affected his main tournament, is my best guess. But if Dangermar read the gossip, he probably knows better than us.
Okay. Oh well. That's just what it is. Yeah, that happens. So back to the chess. So white has played d5 now. I don't think black will take on d5, or will he? Yeah, this bishop is now a little bit misplaced. Obviously, white can follow c4, and if d6, they might be even just taking on e6 and bishop c4, which could come as a little unpleasant surprise. Well, on d5 obviously is still not possible because of the same reasons of this pin. And yeah, if you have to make another move, doesn't feel that good for black here. But if you have to take, that also opens up ideas like queen e4 potentially. Doesn't feel right either. So he did play rook e8. He didn't play either move, which makes sense. And now he's at least threatening to take twice on d5, but Keith will probably fairly quickly play c4. And yeah, I do like this position for white, because black is having some issues getting his piece out. Maybe now d6 after all. But still, white is having the space advantage. Knight c3 can bring out his pieces naturally.
And Pramod is saying Tan is in for a long defense. And again, knowing Keith very well, I think this position also, like Mickey on board one, is exactly his cup of tea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I could imagine Justin maybe not too happy about this opening, and you're smirking about Elbing's comment probably.
Because it's actually the second time that by coincidence, every time Niclas goes for his black shirt, I've by coincidence also gone for black. But then I dress in black most of the time, so there's a fairly big chance.
Alright, back to the chess. Yeah, what is going on in...
Yeah, let's have wanted to go to Nick Pert first, maybe.
Nick Pert, yes, we can go there.
There's only been one.
Yeah, so Nick has gone for f4 first, and then knight e4, knight bc3. That makes sense. My guess would be that if black does take on c3, he wants to take back with the b pawn, because if knight takes c3, there's d4, and that just, it's just not right, allowing the queen to d5, and no. You want to take with the b pawn. This is also kind of stopping d4, it's kind of restricting the bishop a little bit. Of course it looks ugly, but it doesn't matter right now. It's about pushing those pawns, and then I do fancy white chances here. And that's what I like about this line. There's this f5, then there's e6, there's f6. You have some ideas, and the computer often says it's equal, but I know from a practical view of point, it's quite... Yeah, let's try this again. From a practical point of view, this is quite nice to play for white, because you have these attacking ideas. So probably, what is he going to do? Maybe he goes d4 here anyway. Yeah, d4 looks sensible. But now, with the knight still on e2 and the bishop right now not on c6, you can probably play something like knight g3 here, kick the bishop back, and still go f5. And now if queen d5, you can at least meet it conveniently with a move like queen e2. And this is interesting. Of course, the queen is extremely well placed on d5. But then again, white also has his ideas here. In some cases, even black might castle queenside. Who knows, to avoid this attack, because here already bishop e7 might as well just run to f6. Okay, there's still a long way to go from here. But d4 looks sensible. Knight takes c3 I don't like too much. And also you don't want to just play bishop e7, that's just wrong. That would leave you with doubled c pawns and a loose a pawn as well. And no. Here white can probably just go queen e1, put the bishop in e3, and still has these ideas of going f5, and it's just so nice for white, it seems. So d4 is the move I'm expecting, but I was saying earlier already that I do like this variation. I very much like to play with the white piece. Objectively, it's completely fine for black, but it suits my playing style, and I would take the white pieces here. Yeah, probably d4, knight takes c4, bishop takes c4. Could also think about f5 immediately to have an option to go knight f4 in some cases as well. But probably queen d5 here, hitting both those pawns. Well, but now knight f4 in fact, actually. Let me take this back. This would be bad news for black, most likely. Yes, so I'm curious what Hao is going to play here. It seems he's out of his preparation now, at least. He's thinking.
I think this one is going to develop very interestingly very soon, actually. This game.
Yeah, this could go in all kind of directions.
Some big decisions to make.
What is Mr. Hapton doing? He's going for the attack, and I really hope he will be successful. Just because I like his direct approach, not because I dislike.
So what happened after bishop h5? He went bishop d3.
He went bishop d3, queen d6, and rook hg1, hinting at the possibility of going g4.
And what's wrong with knight g4?
Probably nothing. White will just retreat to d2, and then.
I guess the plan is to move the knight away from f3 and play f3 g4.
Yeah, something like this. And you really have to be careful because it's so easy to lose a piece here for black, it feels like, yeah? I just need to move my knight and threaten f3 g4. And this bishop in h5
even if black takes on d4, that shouldn't really do anything, I guess.
Right. So really interesting. And
very, very direct approach by Mark today.
Okay, and also what about bishop takes f3?
And Paso is telling us that this is called the barrier attack.
Ah, the barrier attack, yeah. I have heard of this attack before. And here, is this already possible? Maybe it's too much. Yeah, maybe this is too much. But those ideas are in the position. But here, they don't work. Rook g1, just rook g8, queen h6 and knight h7, and white can resign. So what does white do after knight takes d4 here? I mean, h5 is another move. Maybe h5. I do like h5.
I was wondering, do I have time to be very greedy on take on f3?
You can. I'll take on g6. You want to take on g1 as well?
Yeah, why not? Might as well.
Might as well, yeah. And now, what can I do here?
And Danger Mo is telling us it ought to be called the Hapton attack, really. He is the main expert popularizer. So not the first time by far Mark has played this, so Gawain most likely will have looked at this.
I think g7 is very strong here. The pawn is, well, I'm threatening, of course, to take on f8 and take on g1. If knight f3, I can play rook h1, and you cannot stop bishop takes h7. And checkmate. Unless you do something like queen f4 here, but okay, we're not considering this. Well, knight g5 could be also still a move, but at the very least, white is up a piece here already. So you would need to move your rook, but now I take on g1. And okay, you still have knight e4 here. Might not be over. No, might not work actually. But let's go back. It feels like this should be winning somehow. So if I just take, you will take on g6.
I was just wondering, can you take on... wait, go back a move? Instead of taking on g1, can you go knight d5?
Yeah, that's interesting.
But queen takes?
Queen takes, yeah.
And what's my follow-up?
That is the
You can
question.
probably even give up your queen for my rook. And, oh no, I couldn't.
Wait, hold on. We're blind. Just this is just winning. I didn't realize there's a checkmate threat of queen g7.
And knight g8?
What?
Knight e8, sorry.
Knight e8, then I can take on f8, fortunately. You can still try knight h5, but
Yeah.
here I also do have something up my sleeve.
Very nice.
Okay, this is not how the game will end, but it's just illustrating the dangers for black in this position. Black has to be careful. And rook hg1, such a, unsuspicious move. But there's a lot of power behind it. And having these ideas of g4, let's just say black plays a move like rook fc8.
And we have an interesting comment from El Paso. He's saying that, funny enough, he used to play the barrier attack since Hebden was his hero when he came to this, when it came to these lines. However, I was quite annoyed when black got in c5 and maintained the tension. He thinks, I think Irene should not take on d4 early, otherwise the attack might just work.
So to still have this idea of going c4, I assume, in some situations. Or, yeah, let's see, how did this opening go? Yeah, so what is he saying? Not taking on d4, probably so black has this option of going c4 in some lines to push the bishop away. But here, I'm just wondering what white is going to do if black just plays a natural move like rook fc8, if g4 actually works. If bishop takes g4, then I can see this working. Knight g5. And now there's the threat of rook takes g4. I've opened a g5. If you play bishop takes d1, I might consider knight takes h7. But that might be actually too much. I have to give up too much material here. And after we do a little count, that would be just too much material. 2 rooks and a knight for black. That's too much.
And there's a question, what will Hebden do after knight b4?
Yeah, that is also a very valid question.
And Noggin is pointing out, I'm not sure if he's kidding or if he's serious, that the system with 5 queen d2 is called the Vorotnikov-Kogan-Hebden attack. So maybe
I think he's dead serious.
The 3 players popularizing it.
Maybe again something with g4. I don't know what's happening here. So here knight takes g4 loses on the spot because rook takes and knight g5, and you're gonna get checkmated. Well, or black has to give up his queen f4 check, and queen takes g5. But bishop takes g4. And here would need some kind of strong follow-up. Maybe. Well, 95 is not looking too convincing. Even something like this simply, and the bishop is now just cemented on h5. And if knight g5, I'm threatening rook takes g4 now, but if just knight takes, well, if just bishop takes d1, yeah, still haven't found anything convincing here. Nope. Nope. Yeah, knight b4 looks like a very sensible move to exchange one attacking piece simply. Probably white can just play a move like bishop e2 though. Even though that might run to knight g4 once again, and now white cannot protect the pawn on f2.
You know, this game has a feel as if it's going to be over rather quickly. Like either white's attack is going to crush through, and if it doesn't, it might just get punished quickly.
Yeah, it looks attractive, and he has played knight before. But yeah, if it failed this direct attack, then white could be in some trouble potentially. Yeah, we shall see how happen continues here. But yeah, knight b4 looks like a really good move. And yeah, if g4 doesn't work, what else can you do? g4, bishop takes g4. I would really love to make this work, but seems like I can't.
And there's some interesting history in the chat about the barrier attack and how Mark popularized it and used it to beat John Nunn when he was still active and an elite player twice. So Mark definitely has a lot of experience with this. I'm curious to see what he's going to do now.
I don't know if this makes any sense. I would just sacrifice some more pawns here. h5. Black cannot take on f3 because I think even this, I mean even here. So if black now takes on g6, I think I'm pretty confident this is too much for black to handle. But even here black can give an intermediate check. Now take back on g6. And yes, I can take on f3, but that already feels like, again, as if
And how
black's
much did we
defending.
sacrifice? Just a
Now
pawn?
we're just down a pawn, but black's position feels pretty safe now. Yeah. No, I think I'll just let Mark figure it out. Because he's the big expert, I'm not. So he probably knows all the secret hidden attacking resources for white. But right now, kind of struggling to suggest a move. I mean, white could bail out with a move like bishop f1, but
You don't really want to do that.
you don't want to do this. You do want to sacrifice something here. But what? Because of bishop f1, black, might also strike pretty fast.
Did we look at knight e5? You looked at already, or?
Knight e5, well, that just grabs the exchange. I mean, the knight usually wants to go to g5, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, knight
Taking
b4,
on-
good move by Gawain, I think.
Okay, can we very quickly look at the engine?
Sure.
See what he
I
makes of
think
this.
likes black probably, yes, he does.
Yeah, if his suggestion, the first computer suggestion was king b1.
Yeah,
I mean, that's not a
queen
move
e3.
you want to play.
yeah, but g4 moves just don't work, just bishop takes g4 like we said. And yeah, there's nothing here, unfortunately. No, it's all not helpful.
Can we very quickly have a look at, we will let Mark think, can we very quickly have a look at David Eggleston's game? I see the queens have come off yet again.
Are you afraid already, huh? For Eggy's sake. So the queens did come off. Hold on, what happened here? D5 was played. Oh, wow. Eggy forced the queen exchange, but probably in favorable conditions for him, since he has won a pawn. Takes, rook b8. And here bishop b5. Why not b3?
So worried
Probably
about
bishop
the check.
a6.
I'll start with bishop a6. Yeah.
Oh yeah, bishop a6 actually looks very unpleasant.
Yeah.
Introducing this threat of bishop b4. So you probably need to play bishop b5, but then here, of course, not better. So you play bishop b5, but now just c6 I would very much expect. And or bishop b7, as actually it's also quite a reasonable move, yeah?
The bishop here showing all its power here.
Yeah.
Although maybe
But okay,
after
this
king
is maybe
a2.
not doing too much
Yeah.
for black. Now I can play c6, but the b2 pawn is not hanging anymore. So, I mean, this would be also possible. You can think about a move like bishop e4 here. Now introducing this threat again, as well as hitting this pawn on c2. But white can also move.
Can
Maybe
I go
rook
rook?
d7
Yeah.
and follow up with c3. Still, yeah. Now here I can just take on c7. And if bishop d6, I can go c3. But overall, it doesn't feel particularly great for Eggy. Rook takes b2. I don't know. Here I would probably just want to castle to get my king out of the center before something like bishop a6 and bishop b4 happens.
Yeah.
Castle, rook takes c2, knight d4, rook a2, and yeah, black should be completely fine.
Fromod is saying he would rather be black with the two bishops, and even me, I'm not such a huge fan of the bishop pair, but it just looks like black's position is more active.
Jack Smith is saying, weird that Eggy didn't play rook b3 after rook b8. Yeah, we just point out here, bishop b4 or probably even stronger bishop a6 is quite unpleasant for white to meet. Because there are these ideas with bishop b4. Rook b6 also might be in a position sometimes.
Could you try to play knight d2 followed by c4?
Knight d2. Yeah. But yeah, even if I just go bishop b4 here, and yeah, if you play c4, at the very least I can take on d2 and take on b3, but I might as well also play rook fd8 first.
Okay, now king.
Now king e2.
Okay, but
Yeah, but
yeah,
you're never
no.
better here, of course. You're just
And instead of
More
king
so
b2,
worse.
could I,
king e2.
yeah, could I go bishop b5?
Mm-hmm.
But now
Yeah, but
bishop
even
b7.
here, now bishop f3. Yeah,
followed
those
by
bishops.
c6.
Those bishops, yeah, c6 of course, also a good point. You gotta be careful with these bishops. So it looked like bishop b5 was necessary. But I don't think he's worse. I mean, the line we just looked at, white at least has a strong pawn on a4. Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily stretch my luck here with knight d4. It feels sketchy. I don't know why exactly yet, but it just doesn't feel right. Maybe bishop b4 check.
I see a big discussion has broken out
Or
in the
e5.
chat about whether you pronounce my name correctly and how it should be pronounced, and that you should know because you're German. But actually, I pronounce it differently if I do an English show and if I do a German show, of course. Because the way you pronounce it, if we spoke in German, you would pronounce it differently.
Yeah.
I mean, in German or in Luxembourgish, I would say Steil-Antoni. And then in English, I would say Steil-Antoni. And even there, you can still... I've had this discussion with many British friends, so you can go on about that in the chat, whether it should be Steil or Style. So, but Niclas did very well today.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I don't think it's a big deal. People always
It is
ask
a
me.
big deal for me. I mean,
Yeah.
it's my name after all.
It is your name, but after all, like...
You pronounce your name the same way in English.
I mean, I just... People always ask me, how to pronounce your name, and I'm like, American way or English way or German way. Like, I don't care. Just do what you like.
Anyway,
Of
back
course,
to the chat.
Everybody, you know, wherever they're from, they're going to say it differently, and they will not get it right necessarily. So what can you do? Yeah, but Fiona is not German, guys. So even though I'm German, I wouldn't necessarily know how to pronounce.
But I
the
mean,
name.
Steil, it would be pronounced the same way in German than in Luxembourgish. So
Yeah, that is true. Having a point there. All right. What else is going on? Oh, look at this F5. Yeah, we didn't look at this move.
wow.
That's very interesting.
After a very long thought again.
It is a very double-edged move, let's be honest. Because he is probably intending to take back on e4. How is he intending to take back? Well, this probably is too risky. This is very interesting too, because of course black is getting strong pawns in the center.
I just hope that we won't see a queen exchange after d takes.
No.
Keep the queens on the board at all costs.
No, I don't think so. Because with the queens off the board, it feels fine. But even... Yeah, now the black got f5 in, that is of course helpful.
But I thought, taking with the f-pawn looked very interesting.
Yeah, but also quite risky, potentially. This is very concrete, obviously.
Can black try to move... I was wondering if I could move my queen and potentially castle kings, queenside, like queen h4.
Yeah.
Or am I asking for trouble?
I don't know what's going on here, let's be honest.
Let's castle.
96.
Okay, rook e8.
This feels pretty good for white somehow. I can tell you why. I spotted a queen win. So that's why it feels pretty good.
Yep.
Yeah, I think f takes e5 is probably too risky. I mean, it would be nice to get d4, e3 in. But with this king, knight f4, now queen h5. I mean, we can think about it, but just my feeling is telling me, oh no, it's too much. It's just
So
my
let's
feeling.
look at d takes. I mean, maybe white doesn't have to take, maybe to start with. Or does he?
I think he needs to take. What else can he? I mean, you can consider this move, of course. Yeah. When looks like black has to take with the knight. After queen takes f6, pawn on d5 is hanging. And g takes f6 is not an option, so knight takes f6. Yeah, of course, this is the other move to consider. Now rook e1 maybe? Or knight g3? My point is that if you play d4, I want to go rook e1, bishop e7, and knight f5. And I was kind of pretending that would be strong. I don't even know how good it is here. King f8 might not even be that great. Very sharp, of course. No clue. But yeah, I'm kind of expecting knight takes e4, and I'm really curious how to evaluate this position. So, queen e1. But this is good for white. This is good for white. Very simple play. Bishop e3, queen c3. Put pressure on this pawn. Let's just make some moves here. Bishop e7, bishop e3, castle, rook d1. Probably queen b8 is necessary. I can even go queen c3 here, and you might already lose that pawn, in fact. No,
And
this is good for
Frommer is
white.
saying he doesn't want to give up on the f4, e5 pawns. My attack will be gone if I play g takes f6.
Yeah,
C4.
I think Nick will take on e4, and then, you know, maybe he wants to go f takes e4 after all, but this is insane. I mean, this could be... No, f takes e4, even if I play a quiet move like c3 here, and just block this. No, this is great for white. This must be great for white. Because you cannot stop f5, really. I mean, you can go play a move like queen e7. But, no. I mean, what are you going to do next? g6? This is very dangerous for black.
Yeah, I'm not so curious what his plan is.
But d takes e4, just queen e1, going to c3. I mean, maybe you can bottom me a little bit with bishop b5. But no. Even if I just play rook f2 or rook d1 first. It's all great. White has always these targets. The bishop is well placed. Yeah, I still say I like the white position, and I'm expecting knight takes e4 here.
Why did we reject taking on g6? You just think like you also like taking on f6, but you think knight takes e4 looks even better.
Yeah, here we weren't sure, and this looked pretty unclear. Even here, yeah, just bishop e7. I mean, even something like this just seems completely fine for black. Now, I think if white takes on f6, in most cases, black is just fine. So knight takes e4 must be the way to go, and then this. And here, yeah, f5 immediately, or taking a little bit, and he has just taken on e4. Taking a little bit of slower approach of c3, that's the question. And f5 also looks quite attractive, let's be honest. Because, yeah, d4, I'm having a hard time to believe this stuff.
And
Yes,
he did just
taking
take,
with
and
the f
David
pawn.
instantly took back with the
Yeah,
f pawn.
I mean, if he plays d takes e4, it's just worse.
Yeah.
And
But this is going to be very interesting now.
Check. King d7. I mean, my bishop is out of play, of course. This is very nice for black, but on the other hand, king on d7 is a mess. But then again, if you can get the king away, maybe it's not that big of an issue, and might actually turn out well for black.
Yeah. Okay, I think we should leave this for now and maybe check back in with Mickey Adams. We haven't been there in a while. Or do you want to?
Yep.
And someone was just saying in the chat, I can't remember who, and it's gone now, but that he's very excited for the Sinquefield Cup and the Olympiad and everything coming up. So I just wanted to say, you people, if you do happen to speak German or French, you won't have any time to miss us, because tomorrow, as soon as the last round of the British Championships is over, actually I won't be here tomorrow for that, he will be joined by Macaulay instead, but as soon as the British is over, Niclas and I will be doing commentary on the Sinquefield Cup
But
in our respective languages. Niclas in German and myself in French. So if you happen to speak one of those two languages, we'll probably see you tomorrow night.
Yeah, so tomorrow, if you wish, you can get like
8 hours of Niclas.
8
or 10
hours.
hours.
8 or 9 hours of myself, first in English and then in German. Will be a blast, guys. But for now, let's stay with the games and let's see what happened in this game. You know, I was curious how Gamelli is going to play this position. He put a knight on e5, now plays rook b8, protecting pawn on b7 to allow his bishop to move, knight d5, c6, knight takes f6, queen takes f6, and rook a c1, preparing b4, which actually happened in the next move here, and bishop a7,
And by the way, Nick Pert did play f5, so that's going to be very interesting.
yeah, he didn't even think about it for long, but we'll get back to that. Now, it was important for black to go back to a7. If he goes to b6, white could probably just play c5 immediately, and this pawn structure is nice for white, having fixed the pawns here. Now c5 after bishop a7, black could just play d5 and have to square on c4 for his knight, so I'm not expecting Adams to do that. So what is he doing here? Probably just a normal move like rook fd1, hinting at targeting the pawn on d6 at some point. Yeah, just slowly improving his position. But I think Gamelli is still in the game. Obviously, the only issue, he's played rook fe1. Okay, I don't know what exactly he's intending with this move. Maybe he wants to go e4 in some cases, not sure. But the only issue for black is kind of the bishop, which doesn't have an obvious square to go to. If you put it on e6 or f5, it can be just exchanged. And if you put it on g4, it can be just hit with h3, and then of course here you would just lose it. And yeah, d7 is not the prettiest square for the bishop, but might be actually the move that Danny Gamelli is going to play. Because what else? You want to get the rooks out finally. I mean, you could also play a slow move, waiting move like h6. Or queen h5 would be also interesting, in fact. To prepare bishop h3. Maybe that's also why Adams put the rook on e1 to protect the pawn on e2 just in case. Queen h5 though, that's like very standard follow-up of bishop h3, so I could see this move happening here. Maybe here. Oh no, this I think wouldn't be a good idea. Because there might be some tactics. Schwupp. That's a nice little tactic you need to be aware of. Only that doesn't work. Rook g1. Never mind, guys. Never mind. But it is a good motive to keep in mind if it works. Well, then this might be his idea to play knight f3 and then target the d6 pawn. Yeah, so either queen h5 or bishop d7 is the move I expect here for black. How do you like the position?
Yeah, I prefer the position on board too. These sort of, I think you always notice that you do a lot of talking by yourself when we look at these position, like maneuvering positions, because I always just struggle to understand what's going on. Like, it would just be a pick. I would just think, oh, would I rather be white or black? I'd probably rather be white, just because I have a bit more space, but yeah. Just feel like I'm struggling to understand what really is going on.
Yeah, it's also not clear to me what white is doing next here after a move like bishop d7. Maybe he really wants to go e4. But we will find out. Yeah, bishop d7 looks pretty normal. And then just rook b d8, bishop c8, and the black position is also quite solid. I mean, of course, there is a weakness on d6. But apart from that, you know, black pieces are fairly well placed. Sometimes this knight might be in trouble. I mean, for example, right now it only has one square to go, but that's sufficient here on g4. So maybe sometimes you can think about moves like h3, even though these moves also weaken your position a little bit. But you can think about it. Might work. Queen h5, now f4. But you always have to check everything carefully before you do such.
Do you have time to start? You can't even go king h2, because then there's knight g4 again.
Yeah, but right now black maybe doesn't even need to move the knight, because here there's a pin. So that's what I was saying. You need to be careful, because this could go downhill really quickly.
Yeah.
So yeah, just normal development move I would suggest here for black. Alright, we haven't seen this game in a while. Look at the knights, they look pretty. On c5 and d5. Black's bishop back on the 8th rank, but maybe that's not that big of an issue. But it feels like it is.
It looks strange. If Jovanka manages to win this game, this will turn into a very good tournament for her. She would be on what, 7 out of 10? How is she doing rating-wise, performance? She's doing well
a little
already.
bit over par.
Yeah. I mean, I guess she is very close to securing the women's title. But yeah, that's just a subplot. But yeah, as a women player myself, very happy to see her doing well, of course.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what black's next move is here in this position. If I just move like rook fd1, you need to get rid of these knights somehow. Maybe knight e7. Maybe knight e7. That's the plan of John.
And then follow it up with what, c6?
Yeah, if knight c3, let's say, then c6, bishop c7, slowly get out of there. And if white takes on e7, then bishop takes e7. And yeah, if knight takes b7, then rook b8 would be quite fine for black. And bishop takes b7, same story really. So now we need to do some prophylactic thinking. You know, that's what you do. You try to figure out what your opponent wants to do next, and it looks like it will be knight e7. Of course, you also have to consider moves like b6, but that will always weaken this diagonal. So that seems less likely. And then you want to figure out what can I do to prepare for that. So one preparation would be to go b3. Just because in all of those lines that we just looked at, this pawn was always hanging. And now, probably after knight e7, yeah, indeed, white is just taking on b7 and getting his knight out here and his upper pawn. Bishop b4 doesn't help, just knight a5 anyway, hitting the rook. So then knight e7 doesn't work anymore. b6, I might just take this one off, or the one on c7 in fact. Yeah, this is not good. This is not good for black. So now actually black might struggle to find a good move after b3. Let's consult the engine real quick. Engine is saying everything's perfectly fine after F5. And following up with E4, that's a plan we didn't consider at all. And black's actually better, says the engine. So maybe B3 after all. Not the best approach.
So the engine just wants to retreat immediately.
Yeah, that makes sense. Could maybe take on C6 even. And just have a beautiful knight on C5 forever. Yeah. So if white has to play knight C3 or something like that, that's the best move according to the engine, and white is not having much of an advantage here. And the bishops are, well, passive at the moment, but the black position is so solid, white cannot really capitalize on it. So black is doing okay.
And I see that after a long fought, my captain has decided to retreat the queen.
Yep.
So
yeah, his attack.
I'm now feeling less hopeful about his attack.
Yeah, maybe about black's attack. Yeah.
More
Who
hopeful,
knows?
yeah.
More hopeful about black's attack. As long as somebody's attacking, we're happy. Rook F8. And I might sometimes think about taking here. Yeah. Might not work, but I'll think about it.
Yeah, but I have to say, I was very excited about this position, but if you have to play a move like Queen D2...
Yeah, it's not a good sign.
Yeah, I mean, in the worst case, black can always just take on D3 and there's your attacking forces gone already, pretty much.
Probably just go bishop G4, I mean, that looks very sensible.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nope, Gawain found the right moves to neutralize the white attack.
And okay, we could check back with this French game on board 8, and then after we should also go to Kiev Arkel against Justin 10. We haven't been there in a while.
Martin Brown, he has, spent his first 5 minutes or so. Still up an hour on the clock.
It's funny that the black king and queen have swapped position.
And Egon 566 is asking white winning after queen h4 check. What is the pawn count? Pawns are equal. Well, I don't know why white would be
Pawns
winning here
equal.
already.
Black,
pawns are almost equal, yeah.
Black is a pawn up.
Yeah, but it doesn't really matter here. On opposite colored bishops. And white is pretty much controlling the board, so this looks really nice for white, but winning immediately already? No. No, it looks really nice, of course.
Maybe I can just put my bishop to e3.
Yeah, I mean, it looks pretty bad.
Just looks very, very unpleasant, yeah, for black to play.
Yeah, after rook f8, for example, I can play a move like queen b4. Takes. Now I threaten rook f8 already. Ideas like that. Rook b8, queen a3.
And Kremi wants us to look at board number 24.
Nah, Kremi, maybe later on, but for now we'll stick with the top boards.
Let's see what's going on board 24. I am Jack Watt, a very interesting player though, playing against Mike Waddington.
Yeah, maybe later. But yeah, the opening preparation seemed like paid off. Here Martin Brown knew it for a very long time, and then he's down a pawn, but especially in positions with opposite colored bishops, it's about who has the initiative, who has the control over a position. Just compare those two bishops, just if we play bishop e3 here and compare those two bishops, right? I mean, it's just a set piece on d7, whereas the white bishop is just blocking the pawns here, and it's just beautiful to play for white. So expecting a white win here. Especially
with the time situation
as
being
well.
Like white is 1 hour up on the clock as well. So, but let's go to board number 3. Key for Arkel against Justin 10.
So we left around here, c4, bishop f8, knight c3. Now Justin took on d5. White has to take back with the c pawn more or less, and he doesn't want to take back with the knight because this bishop is a bad piece anyway. So you don't want to allow black to exchange it. And in general, as a general rule of thumb, in positions where you have more space, you also want to keep more pieces on the board, because vice versa, that means your opponent will also have more pieces, and if he has less space, then he has less space to move around and maneuver with the pieces, and sometimes they just stand in each other's way. So that's just in general, a good rule of thumb to remember, which is true in most cases. If you have more space, keep more pieces on the board, because that means your opponent's position will be more cramped. Now d6. Interesting here, h4. Not sure where he's going with that, but okay. Knight d7. And now Keith is thinking. What do you think he has in mind with this h4?
Yeah, I was just wondering.
Does he want to go
well.
h5?
I'm not sure what h4.
Nah, h5 looks strange. Even knight f6 here. And if knight h4, I can take on d5.
Where did the pawn come from? h2? Or?
h2, yeah. Well, you want to create some space for the king, which often makes sense. But yeah, maybe he's thinking maybe sometime in the future he plays e5. I don't know. Nah, this all looks rather fantastic. Fantastic, not meant in the way of being super great.
And by the way,
unlikely.
Illusion has just arrived, and he is asking if we can please explain why tan needs a win for GM norm and not, for example, 3 draws. So, well, there are just 2 more rounds, so I guess instead of 2 draws. But the problem is with draws, your performance won't go up.
Yeah.
So you need a certain performance for GM norm.
Yeah.
2600?
Yeah, probably what he's running is winning now and losing the next round. But the way it works is if he wins now, he gets the norm out of 10 rounds and not out of 11, unless then in the last round he draws, or after 11 rounds he's still above 2600, right? So that's the difference. Keith just has played bishop a6, and I just want to suggest bishop b5 actually, which is also an interesting idea, often in these kind of positions, but bishop a6. And you know, it's funny because, yeah, just a moment ago I was saying this bishop is a, bless you, bad piece. But here it does make sense to play like that, because white is getting rid of this bishop, which didn't really do anything either, and then white wants to play a little bit on the light squares, which are weakened. So bishop a6, interesting move. And what is black going to do? Yeah. Maybe take, play something like queen c8. To also have this option with c4 potentially. That would be nice to get some play here.
Yeah, and he did take.
You know, I think I understand this move h4 now. I think his point is that whenever black goes g6 to play bishop g7, which would be a best square for the bishop on the board, then he wants to challenge this with h5 to have this option. Because usually in these structures black hasn't played h6, usually the pawn is still on h7, then really black wouldn't really care if white plays h4, h5. But in this position, let's just say, let me just say white played something else. In these positions now, f takes g6 is of course more of a threat. H takes g6 because black will need to go f takes g6. Black doesn't want to really play g5 or g takes h5 either. So I think we have solved this mystery. And very interesting. And after queen takes a6, Justin quickly went bishop e7. threatening the pawn on h4,
So what's he going?
and he wants to put
And
the bishop on
I was
f6.
going to say, is he just going to play g3, and he did.
Yeah, he didn't want to go h5.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense, just a weakness, and would probably just be lost immediately after knight f6. So g3, and yeah, good play by Justin. I feel like not playing with g6 because, like I said, I would run into h5 often, but instead going this route again, now putting the bishop on f6, where he cannot really be challenged anyway. Still, then again, now this knight is looking for a good square. But, you know, sometimes you might just exchange it. And h4 also has some drawbacks because it has weakened the square on g4. So, my feeling is that black is doing okay here. Yeah, that's my feeling. Black should be okay.
Okay, how about we give in to popular demand and quickly go down to board 24 very quickly.
Okay.
So that's Jacquard with the white pieces.
We need to find this game first.
To find it. There it is.
Jacquard.
And so
Of
the
course,
question,
he's always playing super quickly. That's what he loves to do.
And the question was, the computer is saying white is completely winning. Can we explain why?
I think we can. I mean, look at this position. I don't have to tell you. White has 2 passed pawn on the 6th rank already.
It's also just a pawn up.
He's a pawn up. Queen takes h4 probably doesn't work because of knight takes f6. Yes, that's not too hard to figure out. I managed. So I don't know what black is thinking about. Black just needs to take, and white will just take back. This is in the air. Pawns, pawns. Oh gosh, I closed it out. How do I always manage to do this?
I also am not sure how.
Yeah, this is a special trick I'm employing there, but we'll be right back. Just give me 1 sec. I just have to find the board again. Yeah, but
Yeah,
you
it
know,
doesn't seem to be such a mystery. Really.
it's not a mystery, I think, at all.
I
White
mean,
is
those
in
pawns are very advanced.
complete control, and these pawns will not be stopped. All right, let's go back to this game, which is really the most exciting game on the top boards by far. So Nick Pert went f5, the most direct approach. I'd also suggest a more calm move to c3, stopping any d4 moves, but he probably said, well, you can go d4, I'm going to crush you with my pieces, which is kind of reasonable. So queen e7 was played, hitting the pawn e5, and here bishop f4 just has been played. You can already, of course, consider moves like f6, but you have to make sure it works, because if it doesn't work, then you leave black with a very strong center, and this is kind of what black is hoping for, right? So bishop f4, and yeah, white is ready to possibly go e6, and black still has to solve some questions here with his development. I would expect him though to go d4 now after all. Because, yeah, if you, I don't know, play a move like queenside castle, then I might just go c3 now and make much harder for you to go d4. And also, I don't know, open the way up for my queen potentially, and still very
Again,
sharp
this
position.
is a position I'm struggling to evaluate.
Yeah, it's very concrete. Black needs to get his pieces out and not get like steamrolled really with those pawns here in the center, and has to solve the issue of, yeah, those pieces. Do I castle queenside, or what do I do? But it really seems to go this way. I mean, black play a move like g6 here and hope for light square.
Very much doubt it.
Light square blockade like this.
can I go bishop g3? And I wanted to go bishop g3 followed by knight f4, but then maybe you'll go bishop h6 or.
Yeah, I don't know. Bishop g3 would allow this bishop to come out indeed.
And my check on f7 won't do anything. If I stop your king from castling, won't help me, I guess.
No, this is really not that important right now with these strong pawns in the center.
But what if I go, I still go knight f4 after, instead of f7?
Yeah, but here, I feel like I've blocked your pawns.
Okay, so
pretty
if I go
sufficiently.
f7, king f8, and then knight f4?
Oh, you want to go f7 first. Yeah, this is more scary. Alright, I need to take this one. That's for sure. And here, probably can go king g7, but no, this already looks very sketchy. Now I have to go h6 and then king g7. Yeah, I mean, it's very concrete. I mean, you know, suddenly you have to look at moves like this, but then again, there's stuff like this, and
Take on c6.
yeah, and then queen takes h2. That would be good for black. G6 is a move, though, I'm sure David is considering, but he went for something else. Maybe white can also just play a move like knight g3 or something like that here. Anyways, he played queenside castle, the move we looked at first. And no, we actually looked at d4 first. But we also looked at this briefly. Now I was saying c3 to stop d4, which is always worrying me a little bit. Yeah. Queen d2 is also interesting. Because I might have this idea, so let's maybe get a queen over here. But, you know, often the question is also, do I even want to do this? Like, this also looks pretty good for black. Just taking on d8 and huge compensation with the two bishops in the center. So,
and as things
expecting
stand,
c3.
Ninja Mutant Hedgehog thinks Harold's bishop on f8 doesn't have a great future, even if he moves his queen somewhere.
That is true. Now c3 is stopping d4, at least, it seems to me, because here I just want to take twice and hope I'll survive. Can put my bishop in e3 in the worst case. And have queen c5. Bishop e3, queen takes e5. No, this doesn't work, of course, because of knight takes c6. So that would be completely winning for white. And yeah, then you, as people point out in the chat before, would be a nice way to kind of undermine the dark
and
squares.
he did just play queen d2.
He did play queen d2, and I'm not sure if I like this move. Because, yeah, I'm really expecting David to go d4 here and saying, you know, you can play bishop g5. I mean, we just had this position on the board. Here, black even has this intermediate move, bishop d6 most likely, because the threat queen takes h2 followed by e3. So you need to deal with this.
Although I could think about going bishop g5.
Yeah, but I can still do this, and no, it just feels very crappy.
Yeah, I agree.
Rook e8, you know, all the black pieces are in the attack. So probably you would need to move something.
Now it looks a lot nicer for black.
I mean, you can exchange queens, but even this. Also, I don't have to exchange queens. I can go queen d5. Here would certainly like to be black. I mean, it might objectively be better for white, but it looks very dangerous. Yeah. I mean, Also, black doesn't have to do this, of course. You can play a move like, I don't know, rook e8, rook e8 probably. But this just looks really tempting to go d4. I mean, white also doesn't have to go for this. He can also play a move like e6. But then, no, e3. This must be good. Queen a5, just king b7. And look at this beauty on the long diagonal. But crazy position, right?
Yeah, I think this one's going to be very interesting. I think let's very quickly check in with Eggy because his fans are getting worried and with board number 1, and then we'll go on a quick break.
Alright, Eggy, and what is happening? We left here, and after c6 he didn't take. Why didn't he take? I don't know why he didn't take.
Maybe he was worried about...
He could have taken.
Yeah.
In fact, it would have been better than what he did, because here, yeah, black's just taking on b2, castle, bishop f6, and
Black has won his pawn back, and now his bishop here looks...
yeah, the rook can just go to a2.
Yeah.
And this knight is kind of dominated by the bishop. Yeah, I think Eggy's in for some suffering here. Rook a2 is just the next move. Rook a1, is that possible?
Chess Castle is asking if we could take a look at the Women German Masters. I'm sorry, we can't. This is the British Chess Championship show.
Yep. Okay, so what happens here? Rook a1. I mean, this would be a move I want to play. I want to put my rook behind the pawn. Okay, I can move my rook. Hit your rook on a1, but yeah, doesn't bother me too much. Probably something like c5 now. And playing c4 next move. But actually... yeah, I mean, doesn't look too bad yet. But certainly black is having some pressure and the more comfortable play. Alright, let's check in with board 1.
Mickey Adams.
And he did play bishop e6, allowing the exchange of the bishop. But now bishop d4. Knight takes c4 is a threat. Bishop d4 now, knight takes c4 wouldn't be a good idea. Because rook takes c4 is possible. And bishop takes a7. So bishop takes d4, queen takes. Rook bd8 and rook ed1. And h6. I think the black position is pretty solid.
Yeah, I think Gormelli is holding his own very well so far.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think if he's worse, not by much. Maybe white can do something on the queen side, but black position feels rather solid. And okay, you can still expect Adams to try and grind out something, because that's what he is very capable of and very good in. But yeah, I would say position is fine for black.
Okay, so we're almost 2 hours into the show. A lot of interesting games today. So we're just going to go on a very quick break, and then we'll be back in around 5 to 10 minutes. So thank you for watching, and we'll see you very soon.
See you in a little bit. Hello and welcome back everybody to the coverage of the 103rd British Chess Championship. My name is Niclas Huschenbeth and with me is Fiona Steil-Antoni. And we have some developments on the top boards. So let's get right to it. This game is rather quiet, but here, what's happening? We predicted this line and I was just telling Fiona, sometimes I do make some good suggestions, and indeed the engine likes black very much here, likes the exchange sacrifice that David played d4 in this position and just looks optically so strong. So here we were saying earlier, and we haven't checked this with the computer, but c3 looked like a logical move to stop d4, and we thought very well that chance for both sides. I still liked white a lot, but instead he went for queen d2, threatening bishop g5, but Howell, being a strong grandmaster, is just saying, okay, I give you the exchange, and then we'll see. And here after bishop takes, we looked at bishop d6, and I think this is the move Howell will play as well. Threatening queen takes h2, and white doesn't have time to save that bishop, but has to cope with this threat and can go queen f4. And here, not sure. I'd even like to keep the queens on the board, but not sure. I could also just take on d8, and even this position looks absolutely fine for black. Absolutely fine. Bishop pair, strong center. This is enough compensation. And you also got a pawn, of course.
I'm just curious because I think earlier when I had a game open on Chess24, the computer really liked white, and instead of queen d2, the computer I think preferred queen e1, and I was wondering.
Queen e1?
Why?
What is this all about? Even here, d4, yeah?
Let me see.
I think we'll just check ourselves real quick.
Yeah.
And here computer wants to go simply e6. But yeah, this I'm not too sure about. e3. Yeah, and the computer is already changing his mind. I mean, once black gets this pawn chain in, it seems very difficult. Still, computer is giving white the advantage, but nah, I don't like it for white here. What about my move c3? g5. Interesting. Did not see this one coming. So it looks like the black position is probably already fine at this point. Yeah, very double-edged play, but it might be rewarded here for David Howell, who needs a win really to still contend for first place, to still have, you know, the slight chance of catching Adams, who, of course, being 1 point ahead of the field, doesn't need much to win a tournament at this point. So Howell really does need more or less 2 wins in the last 2 rounds to even have a chance to catch up. And we have to remind ourselves, if there are 2 players sharing first place, then there will be a tiebreak on Saturday. In fact, a rapid and blitz tiebreak, or I guess they first play rapid, and then if it's still equal, they play blitz. So yeah, fascinating game, and a nice exchange sacrifice here by David. I like it for black a lot. I really do. I mean, also
so
e3 is a move here.
for white earlier though.
E3 is also a move to consider, yeah? Here white might grab another pawn though. I mean, I don't know if I want to do this, but maybe. If you take with the king, I can at least move my queen with check.
And if I take with the queen, then I don't have these mating ideas anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I want to give another pawn. At some point, might be also getting too much. But even this is interesting. Certainly. Yeah. So probably David is thinking here between bishop d6 and e3. King takes d8 just looks wrong. Just doesn't look like the right move. Also, it might run to c3 maybe. But maybe not. And here bishop d6. Yeah, optically it all looks pretty nice for black, but
and David still has a decent amount of time as well.
Yep. Optically it looks nice, but still a lot of work to be done.
Mm.
And this is a complex position, and he will need his time here
Yeah.
for sure. What is not so much a complex position is a game between Keith Arkle and Justin Tan. What Justin doing? Absolutely fine here, I would say. He played this maneuver, which I like, bishop e7, bishop f6. Now doubled on the e-file. Now took on c3. Because, like we were saying earlier, that sometimes is kind of an issue for black in these Benoni positions, that he's kind of lacking space, right? If black could, he would like to have two pieces on the square on f6 right now, but that's chess. You can only have one there. So he's getting rid of one to put another one there to improve the position of his knight, put some more pressure. Notice if red knight takes d5, it was as well as knight takes e4, so queen has to come back. And now, what is he going to do? Can he improve his position? Maybe. I was thinking about a6, but probably white can just play c4 and also runs into knight c4, so no, that doesn't make sense. So a6, no. What else?
Would you rather be white here still?
Maybe, yeah. I mean, white has a similar plan of playing c4 and has everything under control, more or less, yeah. So I'm not 100% sure about this bishop takes c3. Yeah, it makes sense, but this bishop is also a nice piece. And maybe you had also different ways at your disposal, but probably here you didn't like knight c4 hitting d6, which I have to agree with. This is slightly annoying. Yeah. So if there was maybe some way to continue without giving the bishop, I would have liked this. Okay, he played knight g4.
But if he wants to go,
he wants to go f5 maybe. Yeah, that's interesting.
but could he not? He couldn't do that earlier with the knight on d7 still.
Yep, he could have played f5 here. Probably once again knight c4 is annoying. But you could consider this queen g6. Now you also have to look out for queen b7 moves. Yeah, no, I'm blundering here. Just e takes f5. Sorry, guys. Just blundering stuff. So probably knight c4 is annoying here. So you went knight f6, queen d3. No, not a6, but knight g4. And having this idea of going f5. And if knight c4, then black would be happy to exchange the knights here, and then he's certainly not worse. Then I would be probably happy to play with black. White is also fine. So what if c4? Then maybe f5. But f5 runs into queen f3, possibly, which is quite annoying, in fact. Hitting f5, and probably have to play a move like rook e5 here. But this looks not right.
Although what does white do?
Yeah, good question. Good question, yeah. Maybe move like, no, king f1 wouldn't be a good idea. I mean, I can just play a move like a5 for now and just see what's up there. Yeah, I still like it for white. I think white has a little bit of an edge and can put some pressure. Of course, you would rather have this pawn still on h2, so you could kick this knight away if you want to. Things of that nature. But okay.
Yeah.
Cannot move pawns backwards, so gotta deal with it.
Talking of pawns, I see Jovanka Huska has advanced her pawns up the board.
So after a long think here, she played b4. Very interesting. Very aggressive too. Rook b8 and b5. And now probably John will just play knight e7. And then say, so what? What is your follow-up here, Jovanka? Yeah. Rook fd1, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
But then I mean, maybe even just b6. Even though that would run into knight takes e7 and knight d7, which is forcing the exchange. Yeah. That would be just equal. But yeah, he's gonna go. Oh no, he didn't. He didn't go knight e7. He went knight a5, hitting the pawn on c4, and also still having this option of going b6. Yeah, I don't know if it helped. If it helped white so much. No, it looked nice. You know, you're nice and active, but do you have a follow-up? That's the question. And here, not sure. Probably. Okay, let's say I defend this pawn. Probably after b6, I need to go knight a6 to at least get rid of the bishop pair. But even this position feels pretty nice for black. Just c6, kicking a knight out, and then I can put my bishop back into the game. And oh, c6 pawn I should defend. Yeah, not sure. I mean, this might be fine for white.
She just played knight b3.
Okay.
So I guess her point
Knight
is now
takes
rook
c4, rook c1, and getting the c7 pawn back. But what does she do after knight d6?
Probably still take.
This
Oh,
as a pawn for now.
Fuck be so hanging. Hallucinating. Okay, so let's go back. So knight.
Maybe she just wants to go a4. Just say, okay, I'll take on c7 next move, because you can't defend it. Could play bishop e6 though, now pinning this knight, when probably this knight is coming back to c5. But yeah, I understand why it is having some compensation. It looks interesting. She's playing ambitiously, I like it.
Yep.
Not sure if it's objectively speaking though completely sound. But interesting. Yeah, black doesn't want to take on b3. That would just open up the a file for white. That would be nice. Nice help.
You know what? Let's check back in with Mark Hebden. See how his barrier attack has developed.
Yeah, it has turned all against him, it looks like. The only side who's attacking here, it feels, is black. Here he started his departure. He cancelled his attack, and that was a good decision because really there was nothing there. And now he has been in defensive mode ever since. Rook c4, knight e2, e5, and here he allowed e4. But I guess maybe kind of had to. Because otherwise, yeah, the queen would be very well placed in e5. c3, now e4. Nope, no queen exchange, not alleviating the pressure, b5, knight c1. And he's doing his best to defend.
Yeah, but I don't like this for him. Do you?
Well, I don't think it's that bad yet.
Okay, so
Because you still have some ideas. I mean, let's say if I... Well, I don't need to play
can I
knight d7
play
right now.
queen b6 followed by a5?
Okay, let's say I go...
Mhm.
Does it help me in any way, actually? Maybe you just ignored it. I go to
A5.
c5. Now you just go b4.
b4,
Huh?
yeah.
Hmm. Yeah. But those positions, honestly... They're not that clear sometimes. Oh, he can play b takes c3 though. I thought only of rook takes c3 and now I can play rook c1, regain the pawn. And not that much material left. My knight is really nice on c5. But in this position you can take with the pawn. But even here, king a1. But now this might be quite nice. No, it doesn't work. The knight on f6 is hanging. I mean, you have some drawbacks, sometimes some issues. But in fact, he has played b4 immediately. So that's very concrete chess now. What's happening here? So he probably wants to... He could take on b4. Can also take on c2 and play queen a4 check. Which I'm expecting him to play because it provokes this weakness b3. King d2 just feels wrong, and this is probably just wrong. Oh, queen takes b4, e3, you name it. And knight b3 could be answered by queen takes a2, followed by rook c8. So this looks pretty good. So b3, but I'm always forgetting that I have a that I have a knight hanging here on f6.
Queen c6.
Yeah, but then I'm not too happy anymore.
Why not? Where do you go?
You wanna go rook c8?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Not that happy anymore.
Come back. Okay, can I try e3?
You can, but oh, maybe it actually works because of queen d3, knight f2. Yeah, this actually looks nice, I have to say. Okay. But he could also just take on b4.
I expect him, I have to say, take on c2. So queen a4.
b3. Yeah, I mean, it's all logical. Queen c6. You could also start with rook c8. But I don't think it makes a difference.
Yeah, probably not.
Does it make a difference where I put my king? Or king b2 seems more logical. c8? Yeah, I don't know what do I do here? Queen c2 is a threat. So queen d2 is forced. Well, not forced, but the obvious reply.
It's not so easy to find a move.
Is there any difference here? Yeah, this could be actually his plan. Interesting. I wonder if it really works like that. It could. Okay, this is forced. Tuck tuck. This b3 is also forced.
Surely king d2 can't be.
Nope, knight b3 can't be. King b1 doesn't work. b3. And yeah, rook c8 or queen c6. Probably rook c8.
Surely it doesn't make a difference, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, here after king d2 you can take on
King
b4
d-
immediately, but yeah, you're right. But this just, if you can eliminate one option for white, then why not do it?
Yep.
And now, queen c6. Queen d2, e3. Yeah, nice work. I think we might very well go down this line. And white is in trouble because...
What if you go to with the queen instead of going to d3? If you go to e2, am I just going to? Oh, it's the same. I was thinking they might even be made of the queen. No, there is no. No. I was looking at king a3, but you can just go to b1 as well. Yeah.
But knight c3 is definitely good enough.
Okay, let's let Gawain think and maybe check back in.
I think we're gonna cheat and see what happens here. Alright, so rook takes c2 is the best way to continue. King takes in queen a4. Now white needs to play knight b3 here. If b3, indeed, rook c8. Yeah, we figured it all out, even without an engine. Queen c6 and black's pretty much winning. Best move is rook h1 or rook f1. And that's already telling you something. So I don't need to play knight b3, and now we just say queen takes a2, which doesn't work because white has knight c5. Never mind.
Okay.
So computer just wants to play rook e6, preparing queen takes a2, and that's actually quite strong. But a difficult move to make, just a quiet move. And also allowing queen b8 check, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, I think Gawain will play this. He has good calculation skills like that. Just have to spot this rook e6 move. That's all. So where did you want to go?
To the top board, see if there have been any developments.
Yeah, and Adams is doing his thing, trying to grind out the win here, playing on the queen side like we were suggesting, b5. But I think Gomal is just going to sit. Sit and try to hold it. And he might succeed. I don't know, but it's not easy. You're very passive, of course. I'm wondering why, if he just could exchange a pair of pawns here on b5. If there's anything wrong with it, I mean, c takes b5. I don't know, I can probably just go d5, it looks fine. So I'm wondering why he's not exchanging a pair of pawns, but maybe he just likes it as it is. Queen b6. Yeah, I like this move, queen b6, improving the queen position. Yeah, this is actually a really nice move.
Yeah, Danny Gormelli is doing a great job today.
Yeah, that's a nice move, queen b6, yeah. I like this. Probably Mickey will play queen d4. What now?
Can you explain to me in this position, is the bishop stronger than the knight, or what's going on?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, bishop is exerting some force here, whereas the knight is not doing too much. But the knight is not misplaced either, or bad really. It's just knight is not completely safe on e5 either. I always, you always have to watch out for moves like f4. And here, yeah, I don't know what black is going to do now. Maybe you can play queen c5. But you do need to check this carefully whenever you allow double pawns like that. And yeah, maybe here f4 is indeed strong for white. Yeah, I don't like this too much. So queen d4 is the move to be expected.
And if we exchange queens, How do you take?
Probably take the pawn to kick your knight out of this good position. Knight d7. Now take on c6 and maybe play a5 or rook b1. And this looks quite nice for white actually, because yeah, you still have to defend this weakness, and if you go c5, can already play something like bishop b7, pick up a pawn. Yeah, so I think after queen d4 still some problems to be solved for Mr. Gomelli. He might just play queen a5 actually. Looks very normal.
Just out of
Maybe do
curiosity.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're attacking a4. Although, are you really attacking a4? Will your queen not end up being trapped? No.
Yeah.
I was just wondering if I could ever play f4. Because then I guess you have to go to g6. I was wondering if that was helping me.
Yeah, I mean it's always a committing move,
Yeah.
right? Because you long term weaken some things.
Yeah.
The e3 pawn as well as your king. But it is an option in some positions. He has taken on c6 in fact. We didn't expect that, but also interesting. And maybe he wants to go a5 now, or again. Yeah, probably wants to go a5. Queen c5. And queen d4 again. And still keeping pressure, absolutely here. Still keeping pressure. If I take on c6 with the knight, it of course gives you a nice square on d5, but maybe... Also you run into rook b1 of course right away, and pushing a queen back to c7. Yeah, this is also still uncomfortable, certainly. It's always a little bit uncomfortable against Mickey.
He is not going to let him off the hook easily.
Nope, definitely not.
And okay, let's leave this one maybe for now and go to board number 2, where David is now down to 8 minutes. How many moves are there still to go? Still a fair few.
Yeah,
So
still a fair few. That's understatement. Still 90 moves. But okay, nothing new for Mr. Hull.
20 moves even, since
20
he's
moves.
black. Yeah. But the computer really likes his position, but what does he do now? So what's the material count? He has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 pawns. So
That's 1 pawn for
1
exchange.
pawn for the exchange. I like the move you suggested earlier, yeah, queen d5.
Yeah, also like to keep the queens on the board, but not sure how useful it is because it's opening up the squares for the knight, and if e3 just... Well, I'm not even threatening anything, what am I talking about? Just f6 check.
Yeah, but bishop d...
Yeah. Okay. Probably can't take on g7 because of rook g8, but even this needs to be considered because there's knight f4 here. Bishop takes f4 and f7, which is a pretty nice variation. Probably doesn't work because of some reason. That's just always what happens. But in fact, this one might work.
Let's check. I bet you it doesn't work for some reason.
It works. Nope, doesn't work. God damn it. Why not? Ah, e2, how mean. There are actually other winning ways as well. Queen h5. Well, just this idea of e2.
And Blinder is saying TikTok Howl is busted. I very much doubt that.
Yeah, the engine actually likes queen d5, queen g4, and just move the king. And if knight f4, just go back. Simple chess. Yeah, I mean, in general, I would like to keep the queens on the board. It just adds so much more potential to the position.
David just played bishop b5, actually.
Bishop b5. That makes sense too. Pinning. Winning by pinning.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So white needs to deal with this now.
Yeah, I don't think there are many options. Let me see. Rook e1? Rook e1 or rook d2 seems to be the only moves. Because rook f2 is e3. That would be unfortunate.
But after rook d2 is also e3.
Yep, so that leaves us with just one move. Rook de1. Hold on, but now this queen takes f4 simply, yeah? Wait, we're missing something. Let's go back.
Maybe we have to take on e5.
Yes, you're right. He's forcing the queen exchange, yeah. And now we can just protect the knight.
Those bishops,
No,
bishops
queens
are
come
looking
off the board.
very dangerous now.
That is true.
And this point as well.
c4 looks nice, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be white here.
Certainly not a lot of fun,
No.
but maybe you can defend c3
Okay, can I go d3?
and knight g3. And at
Okay,
least
can
I'm
I
stopping the
take?
pawns for now.
Is this not so nice anymore? Bishop c6?
No, that's not so nice anymore.
Yeah, no, I'm stopped.
I mean,
Okay, I can go
think
rook
black is
f8.
fine. Yeah, and h5 you probably want to
G6.
do, yeah?
Yeah.
Or g6. Probably h5 because g6 I can play king e3 and rook f1.
Mm-hmm.
But h5 looks pretty nice. Actually c4 on the board. Can tap myself on the shoulder for suggesting another whole move. But it makes a lot of sense. You want to go d3, which is strong. So yeah, maybe c3 needs to be played here. We might go down something like this. Because here... Oh, you might as well play c5 in fact.
Oh, yeah.
Look at this. Isn't this nice?
Yeah.
Guys, that's nice, right? Fulfills my chess player heart with joy. Yeah, it looks quite nice for black. White has to somehow solve this with tactics, but not sure where the tactics are here. Not sure where the tactics are. This looks pretty grim. What did we even do? I mean, if I can't somehow block these pawns, they're just gonna be there.
Steam rolling down the board.
Absolutely.
Kevin Winter has tipped Nick Pert to win the title all along. I don't think that's going to happen, Kevin. I'm
Nope.
sorry.
Nope, doesn't look like it. Yeah, I'm struggling to come up with any decent suggestion in this position.
Yeah.
If you play knight g3, I just go e3, of course. Yeah, and I mean, if I just have to sit, then black's just going to improve his position, bring the king closer and so on and so forth, and then at the right point in time play d3. There's just no hope.
Yeah. I think it's looking very promising for black here.
Yeah, this is the key point. You can just play c5. Yeah.
Okay, I suggest let's go back to Gawain's drones, to Hebden against Jones, because I see there's some developments there.
Wow.
So he did take on c2
And then he played e3.
immediately.
Wow, we didn't see this move coming at all. King b1. Just returning with the king. So what happens after f takes e3? Probably then Gawain want to play queen a4 check. And similar to what we had looked at earlier, check and rook c8. Now the queen can't even come back. Knight e4 is coming. Looks like a very dangerous attack indeed. And if knight b3 here, Black can play knight e4. But this doesn't look too clear, honestly, king b1. Are we missing something? Maybe Gawain want to go something like this. Rook c8, now queen c2, queen takes c1, checkmate.
If I go queen f2?
Yeah, then knight e4. This looks pretty nice and active.
It's pretty over. I know.
Queen e2 still. Yeah, with these positions I'm never sure. I mean, of course it looks great for
One
black,
second.
but there's not a lot of material left.
Could I go knight c3 a move ago instead of queen? Ah, there's a pawn. I thought there was
still
no.
the pawn, yeah.
Oh, shame. I thought I spotted a nice mate. But even there was no mate, there was knight b3. Don't mind me.
Okay, but Hepton didn't take on e3. He played king b1, bring the king back to safety, rook e4. Well, at the very least White could give a check here on b8. When I think Black needs to play rook e8 back. Because of king g7, I mean just f takes e3. This is not anything. I mean, White is super solid here with the knight and the rook.
And so Egan 566 is saying on board 8 rook af1 is on the board gewinning, which is a favorite phrase of Lawrence.
I get so sick of it. I tell you, saying it all the time.
So yeah, we could maybe very quickly check in with board 8. It was looking very promising for White early on. But let's first figure this out.
Yeah, I'm just curious because queen b8, he needs to go back, and I don't know, maybe he just wants to repeat moves for once. And then, but does he have anything else here? Of course, you need to check e2. But e2, rook e1. And you're risking something here as well. Of course, you have sacrificed one pawn. And if that, doesn't pay off, you might be worse as well. And here, yeah, there's just not a lot of material.
Let's
that
take
means
a cheat
less
card.
potential. Alright, we'll cheat, put on the engine. The engine says black is better, but not by much. Queen b8 is the best move. Rook e8 needs to be played more or less. Well, actually the computer says king g7 is also fine. F takes e3, but that doesn't feel like much here. This is equal according to a computer. Okay. So rook e8, now queen f4. And here queen c4 once again. Going for this attack. Actually, this is now transposing to what we just had. Queen f2, and here not knight e4. Well, knight e4 is possible, but knight g4 is maybe better. But yeah, this is all not giving black too much here. Rook e1. Black is surviving. So yeah, this move e3 really spectacular, but not good. In fact,
So what should he have done?
he should have gone for what we said. Queen a4 check. We said this. Knight b3 and now the move to find rook
Was-
e6,
was-
but also
yeah.
king g7. They don't. There's not a huge difference between them, and black is going to take later on b4 and keeping this strong setup here. So e3 was a committing move because if it doesn't work and you exchange this pawn then or lose it maybe, then it's not that clear anymore. Anyways, Gawain will still fight. Is the position on the board now. Queen f4 probably is forced, and then we'll see if Gawain goes for this queen c4 here or something else. Alright, where do you want to go next?
Quickly to board 8.
Board 8.
And by the way, on board 2, c3, c5 is on the board as predicted. So yeah, someone was just saying rook af1 winning.
I mean, the position was winning the whole time already,
Yeah.
positional speaking, because white is just playing with a superior minor piece, bishop on c5 against the very, very sad bishop on c8. Now there's the threat of rook f8. I mean, black is still continuing to play, but it's just so sad. I mean, it's just a dream, of course, for white. And it doesn't matter at all that black is up a pawn.
Yeah,
Alright.
this should be over, I guess.
Yep.
So where do we go? Where do we go?
Knight g3 is on the board, but what is he doing here after e3? He's probably just going to sit now. Can he go knight e4? Hold on, is this an idea? Knight e4 to take on c5? And if rook d5, I can still take on c5? This is what white needs to do, find some tactics.
I'm just looking over to my chess24 window, and the first computer line is a very strange one. The first computer move is bishop a4. Or maybe it actually maybe makes sense.
Not an easy move to make. I would also consider just taking this one
Taking it.
off and then play e3. But at least I've gotten rid of the bishop pair here, but still facing these very strong pawns. But maybe, I don't know, b4? No, this would be probably too crazy. Yeah, even if after b4 black just takes like this, you always keep these pawns, and this is just very strong. Probably here. Maybe b3 is better. Because now if b takes c3, I could just take here and take here.
Yeah, I guess I don't want to take on c3.
No. So maybe b3.
So can I
Okay, you
take
don't
on
have to
b3?
take. Yeah.
And what if I go e2 followed by d3?
Yeah. It's a valid point you're making. Yeah, it looks pretty bad. Yeah. This must be game over. But you're saying bishop a4 is also a good move? But here at least white could just sacrifice the exchange,
and I
yeah?
think that is the suggestion.
And no what? Rook d5, yeah? Gotta protect my c5 pawn somewhere or the other.
So let's have another material count. Material
It's
is now
completely
equal.
yeah. But of course, black's still having this trump.
I'm curious. David, by the way, is down to 3.5 minutes now.
Yeah, it's not helping. Yeah, he would like to just play e3, but the problem with this move is it runs into knight e4 and you cannot defend this pawn on c5 in any convenient way. I mean, you could go bishop d6. No, you can't do that. Knight takes d6 and rook takes e3. Always got to be aware of all these tactics.
And I think this is a game where time could become an issue now because
No,
there's a lot
absolutely.
to figure out here.
Time is almost always an issue. So yeah, maybe he will just take on g3. I mean, that looked pretty straightforward. Taking on g3 and now playing e3. And that looks pretty good. I mean, black is not having any immediate follow-up, of course. d3 isn't possible. And white probably shouldn't help black by playing b3. I would just open up the bishop. But now, black will just improve slowly the position. While white, we can also try something here. King f1 and king e2. Yeah, so maybe not that clear. But of course my bets would be on black.
And when I said earlier, Mr. Dodger is pointing out time is always an issue with Howell. But for example, yesterday he was also very short, but once he'd swapped off all the pieces, it's a lot easier. But this one, okay, some pieces have come off, but still it's a very complex position. Complex. And he did.
He did take on g3 as expected, and will play e3 here. Well, he could also play bishop c6, in fact, but then again, there's nothing wrong with e3.
He did play e3, but the computer on chess24 at least, without thinking too much, still wanted to go bishop a4 for whatever reason.
Yeah, I mean, now it's not too difficult to play anymore. Okay, white can go king f1, but
I think Nick Pert would be quite relieved here to not having to face the bishop pair any longer.
Yeah, I'm not sure how relieved he is, really. This is still a pretty tough position. This is still pretty tough. Bishop c6. Yeah, I mean, my guess would be Hull will win this, but of course he first needs to get through the first 15, through the first, next, why am I saying first? Next 15 moves to get to time control. So that will be the important question, if he can do so without making any inaccuracies and keeping the status quo.
Let's quickly go to top board between Mickey Adams and Danny Gormley.
Yeah, kind of surprising to me. Mickey didn't go a5 here, but played queen d4, and now queen c7. And now black played a5 himself, which makes sense. You know, this is one of the common rule of thumbs that you learn when you first get in touch with chess. Well, at some point you learn it. You put the pawns on the opposite color of your opponent's bishop. So white has a light squared bishop, so you put the pawn on dark squares to fix it there, so it cannot be attacked by the bishop.
And Fierce Badger is saying the spider's web is tightening. Do you agree with that? Do you think Mickey is making progress?
I don't know. Doesn't feel like much here. The pawn on a5. Doesn't feel like that much. But yeah, it might be still some pressure. Okay, what is black doing here? Do I play d5 or do I take on c5?
My first intuition would always be to go d5.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I think d5. To have this square also available makes a lot of sense. So what is white doing here?
Oh yeah, d5 on the
d5
board.
makes sense, yeah, of course. Maybe just bishop f1 or rook b1. Let's say, and if knight c4, I can always play bishop f1. Now you played e4. Oh, I I see. Mickey. Mickey. He's just a very strong player. This is interesting. So you still want to have an eye on this pawn on c6. This is why Mickey's playing e4 to opening up the diagonal again for the bishop. And now the queen is well placed, looking in both directions. Also bishop keeping an eye on c6. Yeah, what do you do now? This indeed looks like the web is tightening here. The spider. I think black is not much by worse. But yeah, now you have to find some moves to play at least already. It's not that simple. I don't even know what to suggest. Yeah, rook b8, yeah? Rook b8 looks like a normal move. But you need to be careful here, that's for sure. You need to be careful as black. Sometimes f4 is still in a position as well, of course. But this is always the move you consider twice because it weakens the king so much.
I was just looking at rook d6, but I think it doesn't work.
Rook takes c6.
I was wondering if I could take there, but rook d7 and there's nothing.
Yeah,
right?
or even rook d1, yeah.
Yeah, even stronger. And if I take queen takes, there's nothing.
Yeah. But it is an idea, certainly. I mean, you could take on a5 now, but I think that has alleviated some pressure from black. He played not rook b8, but another sensible move, rook e8. But here, I wasn't sure. I didn't want to allow rook d6. And I don't know what he has in mind here, because now...
Yeah, Promet is saying rook e8 was a weird move, giving up the d file.
Yeah, giving up the d6.
Are there any tricks?
I mean, you could move your knight somewhere, but then the pawn c6 is always hanging. What does he want to do against rook d6 here? Rook d8? But is that even doing anything? I am confused.
Yeah,
Rook d6 is a very obvious move.
Without clicking on the move, just looking at the games list,
Evaluation.
evaluation bar.
Very happy for
but
white.
it's now coming back. It can be a bit moody, how the evaluation bar.
He has played rook d6 already. It's coming back. Probably just... I don't know, I don't really know which move to play here.
And Kevin Winter reckons Gormley got nervous. Could be. Danny has sometimes struggled keeping his nerves under control, but it would be a pity because he'd been doing really well so far in this game. Yeah, I struggle to understand rook e8, I have to say.
Yeah, of course there's sometimes some tactics, but here it's just nothing there. You don't have any sensible way to move your knight. And this rook is super annoying, let's be honest. Yeah, really, I do really like this position for white now. But still needs to be won. Of course, at some point you might want to kick this knight away with f4, but this always adds some risk to the position, since then, well, you weaken your king and there might be some counterplay suddenly. Alright, let's check in really quick with Keith Arkell against Justin Tan. Not much going on here.
And quickly with Hebden Jones as well.
Yeah, not much is happening here. Only heavy pieces on the board, and yeah, I'm expecting a draw here. White can probably still try.
I'm
for a
also
little bit.
expecting a draw, but I also agree with all the people in the chat who pointed out that this is exactly the sort of position in which Keith excels. And
Yep.
in which he will try for a long, long time.
Mm-hmm. But I would be surprised if he wins this. Okay, right now Black would like to play a6 followed by b5 most likely. So that's why I would just suggest c4. And f5 could probably be met by e5. You always need to look out for moves like f5, of course. But here e5, if rook takes e5. I have a feeling this would be good for white. And if d takes e5, d6. My feeling again is telling me that it would be fine, but actually this might not be very much, if anything, for white. So yeah, that's what you need to check if c4 is possible, because that would be a desirable move to play and adopt. But you can also retreat with the queen somewhere, d3 or c4. Yeah, maybe queen c4. And if a6, you can think about.
Yeah, that
moving
was
the rook
someone was
over.
asking in the chat earlier whether
Problem is
Keith was
there's
now.
still this f5, which is always a little bit annoying because, yeah, makes his pawn weak. Okay, we shall see what happens here. Still the pawn e3, can you believe it? Just sitting there. Queen a4 is what he played. b3, and now he had to return.
I'm very
He weakened.
confused by this game.
He weakened the white pawns a little bit, b5, making use of the fact Black cannot take, has to keep protecting that on f6, and a4, stabilizing.
Also, is he threatening a5? No, queen still.
Yeah, he just wants to keep it stable, but I mean, this has clearly weakened his king position, let's be honest. Not sure. I mean, especially this square is very inviting, let's say, for Black. Maybe even knight e4 here. Queen takes e3. And queen a5. To go knight c3. It's always tricky because, yeah, if white can hang on to his 2 extra pawns, he's just winning. And here he might be just winning. Knight a2, defending everything. It might be pretty good. But on the other hand, it could as well happen that the Black attack breaks through. Maybe here just e takes f2 and not to give another pawn would be also very logical. And then play knight e4 actually makes much more sense. And rook e4 he might consider as well. Because now in this position he has b8 covered, so the queen has to go somewhere else. Probably just to f3.
And Pram is asking why not e2? I was looking at this as well, but I was thinking e2, rook e1. I wasn't sure. Couldn't see a follow-up.
Yeah, you could play e2. Well,
Knight.
knight e4 now?
Yeah. Oh, knight. Knight takes.
Well, knight takes, just knight c3 still.
Still, yeah.
Probably. I mean, we can also look at this. This is not that clear, honestly. This is not that clear. Might be actually fine. Because white is having 2 pawns and his king is fairly safe, but not sure about this position. Yeah, e2 certainly to consider. Also here rook e4 again is a move. Yeah, that's the question here. e2, e takes f2, rook e4 first. Rook e4 really didn't seem like doing too much after queen f3. But yeah, e takes f2 or e2, one or the other is to be expected here, I would say. Alright.
let's come back. Maybe let's quickly check in with oh,
We can check in with this game, but this is... What is this? He's down an exchange. Wait, he's down a rook? Nah, surely not. Oh, hold on, there's 97. Oh, tricks. Tricks. Did you just blunder that? Or was there no sensible move here anyway?
are you telling me Eggy is close to...
No.
No.
I don't think I can tell you that, unfortunately. I know you would like to hear that, but I think here
Just simply...
bishop d4 still feels pretty draw.
Do I have to play bishop a6 to avoid bishop b7?
Bishop b7 is not threatening anything, fortunately. But yeah, maybe
Yeah.
bishop f1. Uh-oh. Bishop g2.
Okay,
But there's e5.
e5, okay, and bishop,
g2, e4.
and I wanted to play f3, but first of all it's illegal, and second of all
That's interesting though. But I'm wondering if he had to do this anyway, like if he could just go king g7 here. Maybe there was something he didn't like.
okay, maybe we need to let this one off. Albink
Yep.
is saying we need to go back to Adams where the position is exploding.
Exploding? Doesn't look like exploding to me. Still looks pretty good for Mickey, yeah. Yeah, rook d4, just exchanging the active rook. Makes a lot of sense. And as always, we're kind of struggling to find moves for black.
Yeah, okay, the position wasn't exploding, in fact not. So do you want to finish figuring out the Eggy ending?
Nah, we'll let Eggy do his thing.
Let's very quickly check Key Farkel against Justin Tan,
Oh,
because we looked at this position just a minute ago, and there have been some developments since we left it off.
hold on, where is it? There it is. Yeah. So Keith simplified by playing a5, and I don't think I like his decision. I would have kept the queens on and try to do something, because here doesn't feel like he has anything, honestly. I mean, of course, there's the threat of rook d7 right now, but is that enough to do something? Maybe his idea is to go rook d8, rook b2, and then
Yeah,
rook
but
d7.
can I play rook b3 and then defend from b6?
Yeah, probably wants to come here then.
What if I put a rook behind... I was wondering if I could put a rook behind my c-pawn, but then...
I don't know. I'm wondering, is he having something here? I would be a little bit surprised. I would really be a little bit surprised, but maybe there's some pressure still here. Rook and games, always tricky.
Yeah, okay, let's go back, leave this again, and go to Nick Pert against David Howell, because there's some
absolutely.
moves coming in there.
Uh-huh.
So we left it off.
Yeah, the moves are coming in quickly
Yeah.
now. He played e3, and b3 was the move we looked at briefly, but we thought that wasn't a good move, because it opens up the bishop. And I think here we even looked at this and just said e2 and d3
So did we
looks
miss
pretty
something?
nice. No, I don't think so. Probably wants to go c4 and then king f2, king e3 or something like that, and say, okay, I can hold this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, probably that's the issue. And bishop e4, this g4, and maybe you cannot keep the pawns. It could be the trick.
Mm-hmm.
But for that reason, he played h5. Now rook c1. Now c takes b3 would be answered by c takes d4. There's a lot of stuff to consider here. So this is good for white. So a5, just a lot of pawn moves here. Now c takes d4 is giving up a pawn.
They're playing very quickly now. I mean, David doesn't have a choice, obviously, seeing how short on time he is, but...
I think he's doing still pretty well. Even though he has given up the pawn, he's keeping, of course, his active, dynamic, strong pawn duo in the center. And just activating the king now. And yeah, white cannot do much active play. So king c6, king c5 is next. And what is white doing? I don't know.
By
Looks
the way,
like very nice play.
we have a result in the Eggleston word game, and that was a draw. What happened in exchange? And they ended up in this opposite colored bishop ending.
So hold on. After a7, rook c8, rook takes c3. Oh, we didn't consider bishop takes c6. That makes, of course, very easy for black to equalize. So I think Chris just want to equalize, which is a good result for Aggie because he was worse earlier. So he got out of there and he draws after taking 2 losses. All right.
Let's very quickly check in with Mark Hebden against Gawain Jones, because the e3 pawn is finally off the board.
Yeah, so he didn't go for e2 here. He played e takes f2, queen takes f2, knight e4, queen c2, and rook e6 now. What is he up to? Maybe he has this idea, rook f6, rook f2. Very creative. Well, the natural way to answer that would be to play rook f1.
But then your pawn is hanging.
Then the pawn is hanging. Good point. So, yeah, difficult position to play for white. You're up a pawn, but your pieces are passive, and the king is vulnerable, whereas the black king feels pretty safe. Also rook e6, stopping any potential queen c6, but okay. Yeah, what do I do here?
Yeah, I would like to get my knight somewhere. I was thinking of knight d3, but then again the pawn is
the
hanging.
pawn is hanging. Knight c3 is there immediately.
Yeah, so... Can I start with queen d... No, queen d3 is knight f2 immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Rook e6 is also stopping queen c6, which is a move I really would have liked to play.
Rook e6 is a nice move. Yeah, maybe I just need to do something like this, and now just go knight c3, rook f2, and can I even go knight takes d5? That's probably asking for trouble, yeah? Queen e6. This is probably asking for trouble. Yeah. Shouldn't do that.
Although, can I play now queen c8?
Yeah, but you'd still lose, unfortunately.
Just want to.
Even though it's nice.
Yeah. Pity. But although I do have a few pawns now,
I think it won't be enough.
No.
If this pawn wasn't there, yes. Yeah, but unfortunately this pawn is there for black. But maybe I can just play queen d3. But yeah, let's be honest, it looks pretty sketchy.
Okay, let's have a quick look at the computer.
You played knight e2 though.
I did, okay.
But rook f6, what are you doing here? Oh, the computer's just saying equal. No, white is better after queen c8. And
but do we have to go rook f6?
I mean, that was the idea, right?
Let's go
This
back
is
to
knight
a2.
This is nice. Knight c3, now exchanging the knight's under much better conditions because I'm not being hit with tempo. Yeah, you don't have to go rook f6. Computer wants to go a6, which makes sense, opening up some files, but now, yeah, I can go knight c3 if I'm too concerned about this knight, or b takes a6. Still difficult position, but in fact it looks like Gawain is down on time here, and Hepton having plenty of time. Gawain only 2 minutes for, well, not too many moves, but, and he has played a6 in fact. But yeah, Hepton holding his own, defending, and all three results still
this
possible.
was a very interesting game. Well, it still is an interesting game, of course.
Tactics in the game, Mickey Adams against Danny O'Malley. King g2, knight c4. Whew. The pawn is rook takes c4, rook takes e4, but you know, you always have this hanging pawn on c6, which is concerning me, I have to be honest. Here though, probably if the rook takes c6 is a very cute move. Queen a8. And now
in some
I
trouble.
think white is just lost because you cannot keep the rook on c6, and when the rook moves there is a discovered check. But I'm wondering if all these tactics work out for white. Of course there are other moves to consider here, like something like rook takes c6 immediately. Again, you need to be aware of those tactics. Even here, just to illustrate, a move like rook takes e4 and queen a8 once again is possible. Not as devastating though. Here white can probably just take on c4 and give the rook back, and is up a pawn. So that would be quite nice.
But I could take on a4.
Oh, that's rook b1 now.
Also.
Well, rook a4, then I would get this passed pawn. White would be happy, but rook b1, white is maybe not too happy, because here it seems you need to play f3, which, yeah, it's not a move you want to play. So Mickey is probably looking for something better. Rook takes c6 is risky as well. Okay, but your rook is hanging, so you gotta do something
Someone's
about it.
asking, what about just bishop c2? Smooth Baron is asking.
No, right now the rook is hanging, so you can't do that. You need to defend the rook. That's for sure, so you could maybe go to d7. Very interesting. Very interesting. Maybe here black can play a move like queen e5. Just looks like a nice active move. But this is certainly tricky. Pawn being after rook takes c4. This endgame would be fine for black. But then again, you know, you have moves like rook d8.
Mickey has just taken on c4.
Okay. So he has figured something out here. Something good. But what is it? Maybe he will take on e4 and then play queen d3, threatening queen takes e4 and rook d8, and then only after rook e8 take on c6.
I mean, I had a quick glance at my computer, and why is it cut? The pawn is simply hanging on a5.
That is also possible. Yeah, you know, with these tactics, usually there's some line, you know, many lines work and are fine, but then there's this one line that doesn't work, and this is this line, not the c6 pawn white takes, but the a5 pawn, threatening rook d8 as well.
So now we need to deal with the threat of rook d8 and with the threat of rook takes c6.
Yeah, I think he's gonna go down here. Adam Hunt also pointed it out, easy enough. Yeah, what do you do? I don't know. you need to seek some counterplay quickly. So let's do queen b1 and hope for the best. But my feelings tell me it won't be enough, even just this. King h2 is just winning.
Yeah.
So what do you do? Queen takes a5.
This looks very grim now.
Yeah, and Adams might almost win the title today. It depends on whether David will win.
I think David is well on course for
Bishop
winning this
c8,
game.
nice
Yeah.
move. Going for the f5 pawn, and here you can see this grandmaster move earlier, h5. Just locking this pawn structure, not allowing any g4 in the future. Now you see the benefits of it. White cannot defend the pawn. King c6 here would not have been that clear. Well, actually, king c6 also looks strong, to be honest, because king e2 would run into d3 check and d2. So might as well have been possible. But bishop c8 also nice, just picking up this pawn. King e2 still runs into d3, same issue really. And what is white doing? No counterplay, really.
Pramath is saying that he used to think that all rook endings are drawn, but now he feels like they're all gone. Yeah, they could end up in this, I believe, a rook ending after queen takes a5. If black goes queen b4.
Queen b4, Yeah,
So if
this might be his best chance, yeah?
and what is this ending? If I swap queens. And if I take on c6.
Well, this feels... this feels pretty good for white, I would say. I think the closer the pawn is to the king, the better it is in some cases, because, let's just say, like this, it doesn't take me that long to run over, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, black still has some chances here to draw, but yeah, my feeling's telling me this might be winning. Because this is classic endgame with white having the a pawn on a6, and there's some chance for white, but it is drawn with the same structure.
I'm
The
actually
c-pawn,
curious what Mickey and... Sorry.
yeah, with the c-pawn, I think white has very good winning chances.
Yeah, I was just wondering what Mickey is thinking about, really.
That is true. Maybe he's evaluating his queen d3 move. Because here, this is also possible. I mean, why not?
Yeah. And by the way, Mr. Dodgy is pointing out there's a good chance Adam will play Martin Brown in the last round. Colors are right, and Brown is the only one on 7 so far.
Okay, we shall see how the other games continue.
Okay, let's go back to this endgame between Jovanka Huska.
Oh, he has not played either move. He's
Played
played queen f3. So he really wants a c6 pawn, the a5 pawn. Probably said queen b4 is not enough. He wants more. Interesting. Now though, queen e8 would at least defend this pawn and the rook. Probably now he wants to go queen d3, which would pose some unsolvable problems for black, because there's rook, threat rook d8, and whenever I go to h7, of course, is f3. So queen e8
Maybe queen f3 a very practical choice. I guess he saw queen a5, but I
would
think
maybe make it easier for black to play. Yeah?
exactly.
Queen
I
b4 is an
think queen
important
f3. But they are very close already to move 14 now. Then my reasoning doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. I don't know really. This rook endgame would have been nice too. Here white has other options as well. You can think about queen d8 or queen a8. I mean, you can even try to keep both pawns for now. Unless they're, yeah, I mean, it looks a little bit weird now. Rook e1 probably in there. Queen e4 and queen c4 as ideas.
Niclas, I want to go back to Hebden against Jones.
Sure.
Just, so what happened? What is going on here? Where
This
did we
is
leave?
sharp.
So we left after knight a2. Gawain played a6.
Taken. Here we said white could also exchange knights now. But happened just taking. And now rook c6. Queen b2 and rook f6. And now queen c2 back, rook f2. It happened as the time, but he's also playing pretty quickly. So what's the issue in here? I mean, I don't have any moves besides queen d3. Oh, I can give a check. But what about queen d3? That would be, of course, the obvious move. What is going on here?
But no, that hasn't happened. He has given a check and played queen b7.
That also makes a lot of sense. Yeah. That is more active. Queen c8 check. Queen b7.
And queen d6 is on the board.
d6. Queen a3 threat.
Crazy game.
Whew. This is intense, guys. I mean, wow.
Can I play b4 or something?
B4?
Probably not. But
Maybe. But, you know, once a queen comes in,
yeah.
you can resign.
Yeah. Oh, I think Danny Gormelli has just blundered on board 1.
Wow. Wow. He's making it simple for Adams. He took on a4 and after queen d3 you can just resign.
Now what I said is true again. The queen
Practical
f3
choice,
was a
yeah?
practical choice, yeah.
Wow. Queen
And
F3.
Pram was saying that in the Gawain Jones game, where we will go back after this, the engines are saying black is now winning.
Yeah, not surprisingly, right?
But yeah, I think Adams, I don't think it, yeah, I know it's not on the board yet, that's our board.
Don't worry, he will
It
find it.
will.
There's absolutely no
Yeah.
question. 10 minutes and queen d3 is so obvious because you can't defend rook d8. I don't know what. Gamay just missed it. So here he needed to play.
Yeah, and queen d3 is on the
Of
board.
course, and resigns. Yeah, you need to play rook e5. But you know, probably Adams would have won here as well.
And then he did just resign immediately, of course. Not much choice, but a shame because I felt like overall it was a good game by Danny. He resisted well with the black pieces up until a point.
Yeah.
But then Mickey just did his usual web spinning.
Yeah, he's just so strong here. Rook e8 indeed was a mistake. Rook b8 was necessary. We're looking with the engine, but allowing this rook in really didn't help his case. And you know, no. Yeah, no, it's just bad. All right. Yeah, back to Gawain Jones. Yeah, queen b4 is the move I was thinking. That's the only move for white to play to stay in the game. The point is, if now takes, then white is actually winning. Knight c3 doesn't do much because I have this passed pawn, which is going to queen.
By the way, Pramod is saying Mickey wins the British Championship with a game to spare. That is not actually true because it seems like David Howell is completely winning as well. So David Howell will still be just a point behind Mickey. So in the unlikely, admittedly, in the unlikely event Mickey Adams loses tomorrow and David Howell wins, he would force a playoff.
Yep. So not over yet. Here, if Gawain, well, it's not on the board yet, but here black can just take on a6, eliminate the strong pass pawn, as well as creating the threat of coming to e2. Only move for white is to play knight c3, but now just knight d2, and it's not great. Queen d3, queen is coming in. So
where was the mistake?
I think
Maybe this check?
this check, yeah, queen d3.
Yeah,
We
which
didn't
is-
see anything wrong with it,
Yeah.
and there was nothing wrong with it.
And white is better here.
White is better, but still position remains
Yeah.
crazy complicated, because black has everything under control as well with the active pieces. It's really unclear, one has to be honest. Wow. Let's go to Nick Pert against David Howell. Nick Pert has played rook b1, now just king e2, offering the exchange on b1.
And I can tell you the computer doesn't even want to take it.
No, you know why? I think d3 is just winning, yeah?
Absolutely. Yeah.
You know, and if I find this in like 5 seconds,
Yeah.
you can expect David to also find it.
And
And he has played it.
He has
There we go.
played it, yeah.
The problem now is you will lose more than just an
Yeah.
exchange.
Pramod is asking if there is a tiebreak, when will it take place? On Saturday.
Yeah, but there won't be a tiebreak,
There
Pramod,
won't.
don't worry.
Yeah.
Mickey will not lose the last game against,
Martin Brown.
well, who knows against who he's playing, but
Yeah.
after this tournament, I mean, look at his performance, 9 out of 10.
Yeah.
This is just ridiculous. Yeah, d3, d2 on the board. What can white do? Nothing, just resign.
Kevin Winter is asking if I would give him 1,000-1 odds for David Howell to win the title. Yes, I would. Mickey is not going to lose tomorrow. No way.
Well, even if he loses, David needs to win and then needs to beat him in the tiebreaks. Alright, so here Nick Pert can resign. What's going on in
A
this
nice
game?
game by David Howell.
Absolutely, great game by David. Taking this double-edged approach in the opening by going f5, going for this unusual pawn structure here, giving white a strong pawns as well, but this is double-edged, and he had the bishop on c6, which was a major force in this game, and it paid off, his risky approach, because he knew to still contend, he needed to win today with the black pieces.
And could the game on board 3 end soon? Does white have to...
That's the question. Black is having a nice pawn,
Yeah.
but these rook end games,
So,
I don't know if I ever told you, but they're tricky.
So white can make a draw now by perpetual check if he wants to. I guess the
he might
question
go for
is-
more.
Wait, rook e7?
Rook e7. Forcing the exchange, e2, and then bring the king.
Yeah, but can I play instead of e2? Okay, I can start with e2. But I was wondering if I go for the d pawn, so rook d2. I don't need to play e2 first, I'm just losing time. I'm planning to give up that pawn anyway. So let's go back to rook e7. So I'll start with...
Yeah. That makes sense.
And now how do you evaluate this ending?
I
I'm not
think
even
that's
sure
fine.
who's better here.
I think that's fine. I feel like that's fine for black. Because now, yeah.
And Nick Pert just resigned as expected.
Yeah. No, this looks fine. Now I can't get my king close. Hold on
They
a
have made time control, right? Yeah.
They have made time control. Let me just see this game real quick and then we can go on a little break.
Yeah.
Because it's about time again.
I mean, we can update because there are 5 minutes to go until time control, so we can have a quick look if someone is in some time pressure on the top board.
Yeah, Jones, what is here? This is what we expected now. Okay, they made time control. He will find 92 now. And down, and he will win this. What happened here? This looks just winning, completely winning for John Adams, being 2 pawns up, bishop here, and it's
Let's
game
maybe
over.
go back a few moves and see what happened.
Yeah, she just c6 was a nice move we didn't see, and maybe Jovanka missed this move as well. Just
Mm.
kicking out the knight immediately, bringing out the pieces now, and suddenly all the pawns that you push forward, they're just weak, and John, all his Grandmaster expertise, just collected them eventually. Yeah, she had to give a pawn here to not lose the knight, and then another one goes. That's
Yeah.
it.
So on board 7, Peter Batchelor against Richard Palliser.
It's a draw. Just draw. Takes queen a8 and queen takes a3. Tamas Forder has won against Anthony Zong. That puts Tamas on how many points? On 6.5.
Yeah, it looks like it will be Martin Brown who will get to challenge. Or John Ems, is he going to be on 7 as well? Right?
John Ems is going to be on. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's somebody else going to be on 7.
Yeah.
John Ems could also face Mickey Adams. Would
Most
face
likely,
Mickey Adams.
probably.
Or Mark Hapton, but that seems unlikely. Okay, this game is over. What about this game? Also made time control. And what is this position? Holy moly. Well, it looks fine for black. Okay. Yeah, let me just check out this rook endgame, because often, there are some ideas to go for a mating attack, but here it seems like, well, it's just one move too slow. You want to get something like this. You want to go g4, and then, if black wasted one more move, then go g5, go h5, and then there's the win. Like this. This is a common theme to support the rook on g7 like that. But here it seems that, yeah. But what about this? This is also what you do when you want to lose. Black doesn't. Oh, there's a check here.
But also just rook g8.
Rook e6, rook g8, yes.
Oh, no, rook g8, yeah.
No. But queen takes g3.
Yeah.
But you need to check those moves at least, see what's going on. But yeah. Yeah, probably. If white wants to continue playing, he has to do so with rook e7.
I think Keith will take some time here to think and repeat.
Yeah, I'll play rook e7. But rook e7, it's not offering him much, let's be honest.
Yeah.
It's not offering him much. Alright, we'll go on a little break and be back very shortly to, see how the remaining top games conclude. We still have Keith Arkell against Justin Tan, Jovanka Hauska against John Ems, as well as Mark Hapton against Gawain Jones from the top boards. So we'll be back shortly.
See you soon.
And welcome back, everybody, to the coverage of the British Chess Championship. I'm still Niclas Huschenbeth, and next to me is still Fiona Steil-Antoni, or Steil-Antoni, as people have complained in the chat that I'm mispronouncing it, but we talked about it earlier. She's fine with it either way.
Yeah.
Just don't mix the two last names up like I already did as well, right? I mean, that's
Someone's
the biggest
even
crime,
asking earlier how I would pronounce it in French, and I didn't want to talk about it because there was far too much talk about my name already. But I couldn't even. I don't even know how I'd say it in French, so I'll have to. This will be up to my co-host tomorrow how he wants to pronounce it.
Yeah. Tomorrow, Fiona will commentate in French on the Single Field Cup. I think it's the first time.
The first time, yeah, with Grandmaster Fabien Libisevsky.
The first time you're commentating in French, or
The first time I commentate in French, the first time...
for Chess 24?
Yep. I think the first time ever Chess 24 does something in French. So, yeah, it's going to be...
producing it,
Yep.
indeed. All right.
So...
Let's get back to chess. We had one result.
Absolutely.
Your best friend, Keith.
My good friend, Keith. While we were on break, he decided there wasn't anything to play for in this ending. And he repeated moves and he tries. I don't know if you saw me trying to mate the black king while during the break I'd forgotten you could see my board. Mating the black king wasn't going to happen and he could win the e-pawn, but black will get the d-pawn and that ending most probably is a draw. Most likely is a draw as well.
Yeah, there's not much to play for
Yeah.
here. So, draw was the natural result, and Justin has one more chance to get his GM nom.
Yeah.
He does need a win in the last round, though, to get it. But he has the white piece, and he will definitely try everything. There was nothing to blame in this game.
I think he was even on the defending side
Yeah.
today, so he will be quite happy with that draw.
Yep.
So what happened though is Gawain didn't see the winning move you'd pointed out.
Yeah, I think Gawain has bungled it, which seems to be everybody's favorite verb. And here he was just on his way, and it's funny because, well, not funny, but curious, let's say that, because here he made the time control and 92 check. I mean, we looked at it earlier with the computer, we have to admit, but it's not too difficult to see, I would say. Well, I guess you do have to calculate some stuff. After king c1 or king a1, queen d3, I mean, this looks pretty strong, even though even here you still need to figure out the exact way, but you just have the feeling.
I'm still thinking, what's black
Queen
even
e3 is
threatening?
probably the threat, yeah.
Okay.
Knight takes b3, it doesn't work because of queen takes b3. Yeah, so you still would need to figure it out, obviously. Here also white can go to a2, but then there's knight c4 check. And yeah, it is true. You still need to figure all this out. But yeah, I mean, he's 2650, so you would kind of expect him to do so. He'd play queen c8, looked strong as well, threatening the knight. But here, well, knight takes e4 would run into queen c2, obviously, which is why rook c1, queen f5. Now knight takes e4 and queen takes e5, which is another inaccuracy. He should have played d takes e4 and tried to get some of the e-pawn. Here after queen takes e4, this looks great, but after queen e2, queen a3,
Suddenly those A and B pawns could become very dangerous.
yeah, white is just defending, and well, probably queen d2 to pick up the d4 pawn at least. But white is just going to push the pawn, and white is everything protected. I think black pretty much needs to repeat moves because, like you said, this pawn just has a very clear route to go. So not sure if there's anything else. Queen takes g2, queen a3 is the same story. I mean, you can collect some pawns, sure, but it doesn't change anything. In the end, it's all about that I have the strong pawn here on a5, and I'll push push, push, push.
And Jack Smith, with the power of his engine, is disagreeing with you, saying that black is still better if he takes on g2 now with the rook -1.
The rook, that's surprising. Yeah. Well, we also looked briefly at it with the computer, and computer said d takes e4. We didn't check the evaluation of the queen takes e4.
But Gawain...
Has played queen e3.
Oh, wow.
You're shocked. Well, the point is if queen c3, then queen e2. Now you couldn't deal with this mate, but of course, Mark won't go for this. I could see him just playing rook b1.
Actually, the computer is now saying there is only an
What?
only move for white.
Only move, so that must be queen a3 then.
No. Not sure why.
There's only one move. So it is not rook b1. Why is it not rook b1?
Well, the others are not lose. The others are. There's one move that the computer gives 0, 0, 0, and the
Oh,
others
0,
are,
0, 0.
and the others are all -1 or more. At least that's what the Chess24 engine says. I'm having a very tough time with this one myself, I must say.
Well, rook e1, is that possible?
It's not a rook move.
It is not a rook move. Rook e1 looks natural though. I attack your
Rook
queen.
e1 is the second move.
No, then I really don't know.
Queen e1, and I guess the point is just try and exchange queens at all costs.
That's a tough move.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, queen takes d4, queen c3.
Yeah.
And queen takes b3 doesn't work because the rook is hanging. Queen e1 and if rook e2. Now I can play queen c3 because you don't have queen e2 anymore. Very nice move. And you can see with all these hints I still couldn't find it.
Yeah, it'd be
Mark could
interesting
find
to
it though.
see if
He has
Mark
half an hour on
finds
the
it.
clock. He could find it.
I would say it's very important for him that he finds it.
So rook takes g2. Okay, let's see what would happen here. a5, of course. Now queen e3 again is the move. Now there's no queen e1. And now you have some problem to defend everything. Rook b1, there would be queen f2. And big problems now. Yeah, rook g1. And this is checkmate. So after queen e3, need to play queen a3, and now, yeah, black maybe can stop the a pawn or at least create some play here with the d pawn. Okay, let's just mindlessly play through some computer lines. Check and d2 and yeah. We'll get a position like this.
What is this?
Which is better for black, obviously. Because black is winning a queen. And then black is up a pawn, so yeah.
It's not so easy seeing all of this.
Yeah, I don't know why Gawain didn't go for this. And queen e1 on the board. Mark, the hero. Really the hero, but
No,
hero of himself.
It's been a very interesting game, very up and down.
Oh yeah, this was one of the most exciting games we had today. And now, yeah, Gawain probably missed this move, which is possible to miss, of course.
Am I forcing queen?
No, there's also rook e2.
Ah, yeah,
but
rook e2, yeah.
It's just no nice move for black here.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one, whew, be very concerned for black. It's probably losing. Close to losing. No, he won't do this. He probably will go rook e2.
Rook e2, yeah.
But then queen c3. And this is still everybody's game.
Yeah.
So
Could really go any... I
Any
could all
way.
3 results still happening here.
Yeah. Wow.
Okay, so let's leave this for now and check back with Jovanka Huska against John Ems.
Yeah, the good news is for Jovanka, she has split the bishop here. The bad news is
She's 2
Bad
pawns
news.
down.
she's still 2 pawns down. I wonder why he even did this. I don't know. Never part of the bishop pair. How does he dare? Anyway, he probably thought, okay, whatever. I'm gonna win either way, but feels like this will still take some more time now to convert, but
I think
he
will
will.
get there.
He will certainly convert. And we were already speculating about
The pairings
the
for
pairings
tomorrow.
for next round because there are not many people. If we can get
So
many players.
Mickey will play someone on 7 out of 10. And so far, the only player on 7 out of 10 who Mickey hasn't played yet is Martin Brown. Gawain could get there, but he's played Mickey already. Mark can't get there because... he can if he wins, actually.
He can if he wins.
He can if he wins. But I guess the most likely bet is John Ems will win, and especially colors are matching, which means I guess John Ems will have the white pieces against Mickey Adams tomorrow, is my best bet at the moment.
Yeah, this seems most likely. All right.
Okay, so let's have a tour on the lower boards.
Sure.
See if anything catches our attention. Your countryman Dietmar Kolbus against Charlie Story. Pawn
Struggling.
down.
My countryman is struggling to hold the balance. I think this is a big struggle actually. Bishop g5 just played. Okay. King c6 is next.
And yeah, rook e2, queen c3 is on the board, by the way, in Hebden Jones. Yeah, this is
looks
another
lost.
ending. I'm struggling.
No, I mean it's
Do you
probably
think it's
lost.
just, yeah.
King c6, black will probably pick up the pawn. Okay, maybe I can try a4. But nah, king c6, a5, knight c4. Nah, I cannot believe this. Yeah, I think my countryman will unfortunately lose.
And how is Peter Wells doing against
Oh, look
Marcus
at this
Osborne?
position.
What is going on here?
What are the last moves? Wow. Some crazy stuff. That was the position. Haha. This is nice stuff. Here, d8 queen, I guess.
There must be a mate somewhere.
Yeah, rook f1. I think it's pretty strong and made next move.
Yeah.
So he couldn't queen. So he went king e2. Wow, what a game, guys. What a game. Queen takes d7. Okay, I'm just gonna add the engine just because I'm curious. I hear black's completely winning. I wonder if white was ever winning here. No, it looks like a pretty good game by Mr. Wells. Here a king move would have been better for white. But we're going down this line. Going down this line, all best moves by both sides. King e2 takes f6, but this is apparently not enough. f6 just all works out for black. The queen is attacked, and now queen b8, rook c8, queen takes b4. But now black has several ways to win. Queen takes h3, just grabbing the pawn, saying,
Because
what do
white
you want
doesn't
from
even
me?
have a... Well, he has bishop c4 check, but I guess...
That's the only check, yeah. One check. And king h8, and that's it.
There's nothing, yeah.
I also thought rook e8, but yeah, works as well. Just exchange the rook. Bishop c4, king h8 doesn't change anything. Peter has done it differently. He's played rook e1, very fancy move. Wasn't necessary, but for the fans, Peter. Queen takes d3, and yeah, also this just wins.
Very nice game by Peter. And I think we're going to stay with Gawain Jones maybe just a little bit longer, not too much, because we can actually wait. Also, John Ems is still playing, but we're going to have to at some point evacuate the studio to make room for Mr. Radio Jan, who's having his first Banter Blitz show tonight, and he was already telling us during our break to hurry up. So he's in some good shape, and definitely do tune in for that. It starts in 1 hour 20 from now. I think a lot of you are being very impatient, so yeah. We will stick around a bit longer and then make room for Radio Jan.
Absolutely.
Okay, so let's see. You know, I have the computer open on the Chess24 page in this Hepton Jones game. If we quickly go back there. So the computer is saying Queen takes g2, b4.
b4?
Yeah. And just... Is there maybe a progression? No.
There's no perpetual. So b4, queen e4 check, king a1, and then rook e3. There's a perpetual for you. And rook e2 back. And white has to keep protecting the pawn.
But Gawain doesn't care. He just took the pawn.
On
Well, he does care, but he does take another pawn.
Probably was like, I'll collect this one first. At least maybe at some point I can push my h-pawn. But it feels like all of this is too slow.
I wonder which player is playing for which result.
I think they're not playing for any results.
And
They're just playing.
Toyin has asked me, sorry, for the second time, when I'm planning a Banter Blitz. I'm not sure, because I will be doing French commentary for the next 10 days, and then I'm soon off on holidays, and then
not
the
anytime soon.
Olympiads. So yeah, no date yet.
Right. Oh, and Pram is pointing out there's still also a missed tactics test. I think tonight at 8 p.m.
So that's 20 minutes from now.
Yeah, plenty of action here on Chess24. A lot of shows for you guys. And of course, this point, I don't think we ever did it before, but I have to do a little plug. So this is your chance to become a premium member to participate in Miss Tactics. Subika Guramishvili show. She's doing tactics. She's challenging people, premium users, premium members, to compete with her to solve tactics, or is challenging you to solve alongside with her. And then after that, of course, what we've all been waiting for, Radio Jan making his first full appearance in a show. And if you want to challenge him and be insulted and whatnot, then you should become a premium member. And who knows how often he will be here. I mean,
yeah.
This might be a once in a lifetime opportunity. So let's be honest.
And I was going to say that this is heating up because Queen h1 is on the board.
Now rook c2. Yeah, rook c2 was the move I was thinking about. But I thought, if you take... What does white do here? I probably just... just queen takes, because of queen takes c4, yeah. Queen b2. And here, there's a rule. The king has to be in the square.
Oh, Pramod is challenging you to a tactic. So if in the position on the board, well, it didn't happen. Mark played king b2, but can you spot the win after king a2?
Pramod. This is too easy. This is too easy. Very nice, though.
Yeah.
Nice count double, how is it called, crosspin, I think. Yeah, Promen is also doing his little tactics test here with me. But nice tactic and definitely very beautiful.
So he didn't do that. King
But yeah,
B2.
King A2 doesn't make any sense anyway. I'm sure Jones wasn't hoping on that.
And now Gawain will take on G2. I'm not sure if he will take with the rook or with the queen.
Okay, either way, Black will just play, White will just play A5.
A5, yeah. Now we're going to have a pawn race, I guess. I have no idea what's going on.
I'd be scared for Black. I mean, this
I
pawn
think
is
the
further
computer
advanced.
just stays cool and just gives 0, 0, 0 all the time.
Well, a computer can be cool.
I
So
have
let's see,
absolutely no
H5,
idea.
A6, H4, A7, H3.
And now A8, rook.
A8 rook makes a lot of sense, yeah? No, of course not. But here, the point is just that Black will queen as well. White doesn't have a check right now. This is so funny. Queen A1, and then...
But I like how he's still going rook A1.
Yeah, of course, rook.
Yeah.
But even here, Black is up a pawn.
Now we can have another pawn race with the B and G pawns.
Yeah. This is... Oh, he took with the rook. Why did he take with the rook? I mean, A5, rook G1 doesn't do anything. I just go King A2.
I don't even have to go queen.
No, well,
A2?
A6 it might be rook A1. But even here, you're probably right. This is... Why does he go rook... And A5 is on the board? And the players don't know. Don't know what the evaluation is.
You know, this is also a position where time could be a factor. Mark 20 minutes up on time.
Definitely. This is the exact... Yeah. Here you need time to calculate all of this stuff and make sure you don't miss anything. And Promen is saying he would be afraid to be Black. Me too.
Yep.
Absolutely. What do you do here?
It's not easy. It's not easy.
Why did he take with the rook? What is his plan? I mean, this could really... He could lose this. He could lose this.
Yeah, I really wouldn't want to be Gawain, especially with this time situation.
So the computer just wants to take on G2 and play Queen F1 and stop the pawns like that, and then always get enough counterplay.
And I guess the point is, if we play something like Queen C6, then there will be a perpetual somewhere.
Well, not yet, but at least generate enough counterplay against the king. But I mean, yeah, like we pointed out many times, this is scary. And oftentimes you don't get a perpetual. Let me see, is this still okay? Yeah, this is still okay for Black.
Yeah, but...
It is scary.
It's okay for the computer, is it okay for
It
a
is
human?
scary. Illusion just watched the Radio Young.
Yeah, we haven't seen that.
Preview.
I guess he recorded that while we were working this afternoon.
Where can I watch the preview? Oh man, can we go on break or something? So I can watch the preview? How's Mr. Am's doing? I think he's soon ready to take on C4 or something like that. And then queen his pawn, but doesn't work quite yet. But yeah, to my mind, he made his task a little bit more difficult by giving up the bishop pair and going into his opposite color bishop endgame. Because here he still needs to like break the blockade. It's just more work. So yeah, I don't fancy his decision.
And the rooks are off the board. in Hebden, Jones and Queen
Mhm.
F1 has been played as well.
Yeah, Miguel is a good player.
Yeah.
He'll do what he can, but he's not happy. He must know. He must at least have the feeling that he was just winning
Yeah.
around here. When here 92 was the way to go, and then of course there are some lines you need to consider. For example, let's say King A2, Knight C4, King back, and Knight E3, and getting in with the Queen. That's the whole point. Or King C1 here, still Queen D3, and Queen E3 is coming, and then this is game over. What else? King C2, same story, Knight C4 and Knight E3. Yeah, this was the way to go. But surprisingly to me, he missed it when Queen C8, and then his advantage, most of his advantage was gone already. Here, maybe D takes E4 looks actually very interesting to also have a fast passed pawn. White has to play very precisely to stay in the game here. Probably has to go G4 to distract the queen. Queen takes G4 and D5, and this is all still very much unclear, but computer's saying black's much better. And after Queen takes E4, King A1, Rook takes G2, the only way to keep an advantage. That's already quite tough. And now in this position, it's like we said, it's White who's having the chances, and Black has to watch out and be careful. Computer is still saying it's equal, but practical point of view, in Queen endgames, that's the rule of thumb. The side with the more advanced or more dangerous pawns has the better chances, and it's not about who has more pawns really. I mean, that is also a factor, but here it's really about who has the more advanced pawns, farther advanced pawns. So yeah, this hasn't gone Gawain's way. I wonder if John can just take this now off. Takes. Okay, A2 doesn't work because of Rook A4.
Can you play King D5?
King D5 you can play. Probably King D3. No. B5, Rook C1, B4. Yeah, you want to be very careful because obviously you don't want to give away a completely winning position. But this might work actually. Or not. Nah, this. Oof. Yeah, no clue. Yeah, you gotta be very careful before you do.
I think there's
something
no
like
need
this.
for this.
But hold on, what if I go B5 immediately?
Now you take.
Rook C1. I can go Bishop D4 and now threaten A2. And King D3 I can just move back. Still threaten A2, and there's no defense against it.
And if you're going to C2 with the rook, I guess I can play B4.
Yeah, but then I can just put my...
Oh, but can I just play B4 immediately?
Oh yeah, B4 also looks winning. So let's check if we're right. I think we are. Yes, Rook takes C4 is possible. Even B5, well, B5 is the move we said. B5 is the only clear way to win, and then that's pretty straightforward here. Bishop D4.
And Gawain has found a move repetition.
Okay. No, I mean, well, I think Hepton is just repeating moves for now. But
I mean, he doesn't have to go Queen C6.
he doesn't have to go Queen C6, and he doesn't have to go Queen C2 after this check. He can also give the D4 pawn and try on with A6 here. But yeah, it should always end in a draw, in a perpetual eventually. Oh, we have a guest.
Why are you people still covering this tournament? Michael Adams has been the winner for like 5 rounds. What are we still talking about?
Yeah, you know, there's some other games as well.
Who cares? Adams won. He was the only good player in the field to begin with. I don't know why we even held the tournament. Could have just given him first prize. Give him the £6,000. Let's all go home. Like, what are we talking about? Gawain Jones trying to win against Hampton. He lost yesterday. He's out.
Yeah, that's true. To be fair, though, there's still a chance that Adams might not win the tournament.
Come on, you want to bet? How much you want to bet?
Uh,
Let's do it right here.
well, not too much.
See? Of course he's winning the tournament.
Yeah, we'll just stick around a little bit longer to see how Gawain, if Gawain is holding, but it might end up
Holding? He's not even playing for a win?
Nope.
Old Hebo?
He's not playing for a win, and this might end in a perpetual right now. I know you're eager to take over and get to your show soon.
No, we have all the time in the world. Watch my show at 9 p.m. That's in like an hour, depending on your time zone. But yeah, I'm really not interested in this endgame. So see you guys soon.
All right. See you then.
So there you go. Do you think that was Radio Jan way of telling us to vacate the studio?
Nah, not yet. I think we can stick around for a little bit longer.
Just
But
politely inviting us to
Next time we
leave
might
the
come
office.
in with a baseball bat or something like that. Who knows? But yeah, Radio Jan, in about 1 hour it's going down. So he played Queen C6 again. I could imagine he goes King A3. I mean, he isn't risking anything. He's not risking anything. But the question is he playing for my... What about this move, Queen B6? But probably... Oh no, I'm seeing ghosts. I thought here that I could jump to C3, would be great. But not possible. No, A6 is what I would play.
Yeah.
And then, you know, show me. Show me, yeah? Queen
Show me the money.
Show me how you draw. But maybe this is... But these are the kind of tricks, you know. You give too many checks and then you end up just improving the white position, yeah? This are the kind of problems that you have. I think here the engine just wants to go d4 and say, so what? Yeah, and that's probably a very smart move because it also allows this Queen C3. Queen B6, just Queen C3, and now this feels like a perpetual. But even this, you always gotta check it. You always gotta check it. What is Gawain thinking about? I mean...
They agree to draw.
Oh,
They're
see?
not thinking anymore.
See, okay, well, I thought he might still try on for a little bit. But... they agreed to draw, and you know... he just wants to keep playing a little bit longer. He didn't take on c4, which is just odd. He even had several opportunities. Even here, he can take on c4. He could take, now he can't take anymore, but we are certain he will still win.
Yeah, I think we are going to call it a day here. I think this might go on for a little longer, but I don't have...
Oh, we had the standings in the whole time. Sorry about that, guys. Forgot about it. Nobody told us either. Anyways.
Yeah, so our guess is still that John Ems is going to win this, and he will be on 7 out of 10 and playing Mickey Adams tomorrow with the right pieces. Of course, we could be wrong, but I think it's very, very likely at this point. And then, unless Mickey Adams unless Mickey Adams loses and David Howell wins, Mickey Adams will be the champion. So I think that's all for now, all for today. It's been an exciting day, a lot of interesting games.
Yeah, that was an exciting round. I mean, we had decisive games again on most of the top boards. David Howell with a great game, and Adams also smooth again, just playing really good chess here, 9 out of 10, just an amazing performance. He has won the last 4 games, I think, in a row. Yeah, very impressive. And you know, if Radio Jan offers me a bet, well, I don't know, probably everybody would offer me a bet here on that Adams will win. So this is very likely, but not confirmed yet.
And Pramod is saying, enjoy your 10-hour shift tomorrow, Niclas. Same from me, because tomorrow I will be replaced by Macaulay because I need to save my energy for the evening shows. But Niclas is young, he has plenty of energy. So tomorrow to take you through the last round, Niclas and Macaulay, and then in the evening you can watch Niclas do German commentary all by himself on the Sinkerfield Cup, while I will be lucky enough to be joined by Grandmaster Fabian Libisevsky for French commentary on the Sinkerfield Cup as well.
It's gonna be very interesting tomorrow. Probably I don't know. I'll manage somehow. But thanks for watching, guys. It was